Now entering a safe area.
Heard about Houston, New York. Heard about Detroit. Heard about Pittsburgh, PA.
Best gear for the streets, right here.
A handful here. We are the epicenter after all. But it's probably fair to say we've been so preoccupied with making it through the grindhouse flickering, we just assumed the rest of the world would be there waiting for us at the end. Not so fast.
Warning. You are now leaving the safe area.
Yo, keep walking.
What is wrong with you?
Warning. Now entering a contaminated area. Exiting the contaminated area.
Don't even. You got it.
They don't give a damn about us.
This means a lot to me. No, Jesus,
Where do you think
please.
the virus came from? Hey, you ain't got a chance!
massive warm welcome for anyone out there that's tuning into my first ever podcast, which I must admit is more than a little daunting, sat here in a room all on my own with just a laptop and a microphone for company. It's quite a strange experience. In fact, my friend recently said the best way of getting some alone time is actually to start a podcast. So this did get me thinking that maybe podcasting is the new fishing for the 21st century, where you can grab a little bit of alone time and just chat away. For anyone out there just wondering what is the purpose of this podcast, this first episode is really an introduction of what I kind of want to achieve from it. Probably the first thing I should point out is what this podcast isn't about. And it isn't about me trying to sell you anything, any boot camps or books, e-books, self-promotion. It's not about any of that at all. But I've been on quite an interesting journey over the last 12 months. So all I wanted to do was share that journey, where it began, where I am now, and then where I'd like to take it. So my journey began 12 months ago, where I very first signed up to LinkedIn long-form posting. 12 months later, I've got 7,000 followers, 800,000 article views. But I often think that more importantly, thousands of shares and comments from an engaged audience, they matter so much more than actual view counts of any description. But I can't stress enough, it's not about me, it's not about my following, it's not about my stats, my posts, power. But it's all about how I started as a bit of a nervous guy, scared to hit the publish button, and then suddenly going from that to having 50,000 readers a month. I don't want to be on about me, shouting my opinions. I thought, if I've got 50,000 people reading the articles a month, I don't want to be the guy shouting in a room. I want to interact with my audience. So in the beginning, I was browsing through LinkedIn and I saw two particular authors that really captured my imagination, and that was Paul Drury and John White. They were having a massive success at the time, and this kind of inspired me. So there's one side of me saying, everyone has a unique perspective of the world. We all have different pasts that shape us, passions, regrets, failures and triumphs. And when we share these ideas and challenges and perspectives more openly and publicly, it can be quite liberating. And the beauty of the digital age is anyone and everyone can be a writer, publisher or podcaster. But then equally on the other shoulder, there's the other side of me saying, what will people say? What will people think? Will I get hateful comments from internet trolls? Do I really want everyone in my professional network reading my every thought and desire and opinion? It was around about this point I took a look at my Twitter feed. All of a sudden I noticed a common trend. There was lots and lots of people out there claiming to be a social media guru. This irked me somewhat. I think the main reason was because there's a lack of available regulated qualifications in social media. So to see so many people claiming to be a guru just seemed to get on my nerves a little bit. So what I actually did was I wrote my first article on LinkedIn about this subject. It was actually called The Rise of the Social Media Guru. It was me having a little bit of a dig. And then after umming and ahhing, it must have been an hour, 2 hours, finally hit that publish button. Thought nothing else about it. And then I woke up next morning, picked up my phone, wiped a bit of sleep away from my eye, and straight away I could see there was lots of LinkedIn notifications. And upon reading those, I could see that the post had gone down really well overnight. And I'd actually got 5,000 views, hundreds of shares, and a lot of people agreeing with what I was saying. And I think it was that moment that the seed was sown. It had got me, it had unleashed that hidden writer in me, and I wanted to keep writing. But if I'm completely honest, I think the biggest lesson I learned from everything that I've experienced on LinkedIn over the last 12 months, it's a bit of a greater understanding of myself. I think ultimately I'm a bit of a connector at heart. So when I'm talking to someone, I'm actively already thinking of someone else who I know is on a similar journey to them, who would be a massive help to them. And I like to think that my talent is introducing these two people, know what a huge difference they could both make to each other in achieving their goals. I think that is what my biggest talent is. For me, it's all about connecting the people together, putting people on a similar journey. You can resolve so many problems, issues, and improve situations. But before you ask the question, I'm sure all you're going to be thinking is, but why a podcast and why now? And I think for me personally, it's all about, if I'm getting 50,000 views a month, it's a fantastic opportunity to engage with people. The biggest beauty behind LinkedIn is it's full of people within the professional industry that can challenge your own personal belief system. And I think together we can open up each other's eyes to the potential possibilities by working together and look at all those latest tech stories from a multiple vantage points. I think ideally it's about replacing passive readers or passive listeners with active engaged audience that work together for the greater good. Tech now dominates every aspect of our lives, but very often we struggle to keep up to speed with the constant bombardment of information. Techies baffle business leaders and managers with acronyms and jargon, so they only hear white noise. Let's simplify all these burning issues in the language everyone understands. If I accomplish one thing from this podcast, it's just to provide an easily digestible roundup of all the latest tech stories, all the latest trends, and where possible debate the pros and cons of every single thing that we come across, and provide the listening audience with the tools to have an informed opinion on a wide range of issues. It really is that simple. Then we can have an honest, open dialogue with everybody that reads the articles, everybody that listens to the podcast. We can all look together at the big tech stories, like I said, from multiple vantage points, with experts from within the industry. And this is where LinkedIn is quite unique, because everybody on the site is an expert in their field. And I think a lot of people forget this, and to be able to draw all that experience into one place at the same time is a fantastic opportunity. Yeah, sure, I know it's a little bit cheesy, but engaging with professionals from all over the world discussing future solutions is the perfect example of the amazing things that technology can bring us all. And I'm really sorry to ramble on a little bit there, but that is the main ethos behind this podcast. However, this really isn't about me at all. This isn't narcissism half hour. Like I said, when I very first started looking at LinkedIn Pulse, there was two guys that really stood out, like I said earlier. There was Paul Drury and John White. Now, John White, he was in sunny Colorado, so there I am in a winter's night, cold, grey England, looking over to this guy, this mysterious figure in Colorado, having tremendous success. Like, I think today he's got 24,000 followers, well over 1 million article views. Someone who was very much an inspiration to me. Now, although I've never actually spoken to John White in person, on the phone, or through Skype or anything like that, I kind of got to know him through when he created a LinkedIn group called Publishers and Bloggers. From that moment on, we kind of struck up a really good rapport. So for the last 12 months, I feel like I really know the guy, even though we've never actually met. So imagine my surprise when I invited him to appear on my first ever podcast, that without hesitation he agreed straight away. So without further ado, a little interview with my good friend John White from the other side of the pond. For anyone listening, this is the first time we've ever actually spoken, isn't it? I know we've been communicating through LinkedIn for about just under a year now, but this is the first time we've actually spoken, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to be live with you. The online communication is terrific, as we all know, but there's other tools that enable voice communications, and there's something to be said for live communication for sure.
Absolutely.
The next step is you coming over to my graduation party for the face-to-face.
I'll be the English guy with a six-pack.
Yeah.
So when I very first looked on LinkedIn, like I say, about 12 months ago, I noticed you having a huge amount of success, and it was yourself that inspired me to start writing. So I just wanted to check with yourself, really, what actually made you start writing on LinkedIn Pulse?
Been an avid user of LinkedIn, and used it for business purposes, and really started following a lot of online bloggers and reading their stuff. And people like Hunter Walk is someone that I read a lot of early on. Viveka von Rosen, certainly, with all of her great LinkedIn blogs and her content. Paul Drury is someone that inspired me. I think inspired us both, certainly. And so, when you're following people like that, it kind of piques your curiosity. Is this something that I may be able to do? And when I enrolled in the MBA program, it really gave me the confidence as well as the content to put myself out there. Writing has always been one of my top skills in terms of academically, if we go way back. In college, in my undergrad days, I would, always be holding my breath before taking a test. Is it going to be multiple guess, or is it going to be an essay test? And when it was an essay test,
Renee,
I would
it's your
breathe
mother.
out a huge
I got your
sigh of
message,
relief,
and
because I always felt that
I know,
could
honey. I've
better
known for a
express
long
my
time that
knowledge
it's okay.
via the written word,
Nothing you
whereas
can
the
do
multiple
can stop
choice
me
tests,
from
I would always
loving
talk
you.
myself out of the wrong
Renee,
answer. I'd
I've
have
seen
the
the
right
news.
one checked, and then I'd
I'm
erase
so
it
worried
and
about...
check the wrong one. So writing has always been something that is been a sort of a skill of mine, and going in all of the massive amount of writing that I had to do within my MBA program and the great feedback from professors, it gave me the confidence to apply for publishing on LinkedIn. And I applied as a early adopter, if you will, when you had to apply for, you either had to be invited, which unfortunately I was not invited. So I applied, and about 2 months later got accepted, and started putting out blogs, repurposed some of my content from my MBA program. And so I was fortunate that they kind of coincided, because I was able to get some really good content from and a lot of inspiration from the MBA program.
Can you remember being nervous at all that very first time you hit publish, knowing that it was going to go out to all your colleagues and your professional contacts, knowing that they will be reading every word and dissecting that information, and what kind of feedback you might be getting from those posts?
Yeah, I think certainly nervous, apprehensive. You just really didn't know what to expect, because I had not. It was my first blog post that I'd ever put out, and so just kind of held my breath, and luckily it's gone better than I could have ever envisioned it going.
Absolutely. I remember going through exactly the same. I had my first post. I was in admiration of your material and Paul Drury that you mentioned, and I was hovering over that publish button. Is this the right thing to do? I'm so glad that I did. Were you surprised at the success of some of your posts there?
I think surprised is an understatement. I think shocked would be a better way to describe it. And there were really two moments that really blew me away. That there were two moments that I can point to that really propelled my blogging career forward. And the first one, as you know, Neil, doing my MBA, I was up late at night working on papers and assignments, and that's a lot of time when I put out my blogs was late at night, and it was about 11 o'clock, and I wrote a blog about a company called OtterBox, and you be familiar with them. They are the global leaders in protective cases for tablets, mobile devices, and any sort of mobile tech. They are the premier provider of that equipment, and they are a local company here in Fort Collins, and a huge success story of a company gone global here from Fort Collins. And they're a company that really has piqued my interest, and I've done business with them in the past, being from the mobile industry. And one of my first 5 or 6 blogs was a blog about OtterBox and about their success and what they've done specifically to take their company from a local startup to a global enterprise. And I put out the blog, and it was about 11:30 at night, and got up to go get a glass of water or something, come back and refresh my screen, and lo and behold, I said, "Oh, great! I've got a like already," and I click on the like, and I was absolutely blown away to see that it was the CEO of the entire company.
Wow!
Liked my blog, and once that happened, the ripple effect just started falling into place. I think it was almost like, some of the OtterBox employees saw, oh, well, the CEO's like this blog, I better like it too. And then it started rippling, and that was my first taste in a viral blog post, and I think it ended up with about 4,500 views, and well over 100 likes, and I got a text message from a friend of mine that works there the next morning saying that I was the talk of the entire company, and that my blog had been emailed out company-wide, and it was still getting shares across the company, and of course across LinkedIn, and Otterbox was sharing it on their social media sites. And so that was really the first
I'll be here if you change
truly
your mind.
shocking moment that and taste of success that I had in blogging. And then several posts later, I wrote the one that really went mega viral, 7 management traits that will make all of your employees quit. And I put that post out. It was a real story of a career experience about a very poor job decision I made, and ended up working for a tyrant of a micromanager, and put the post out, and poured my heart out into the post, and hit the submit button. And again, this time it was in the morning when I published, but I left my desk to get a cup of coffee and came back and refreshed, and it lo and behold, it had over 15,000 views on the first refresh.
Wow.
And talk about being shocked, I about fell out of my chair. Is there something wrong with my computer? Is this right?
Yeah, I know that feeling.
And then you refresh a couple more times, and it's 17,000, 18,000, and your notifications on LinkedIn are lighting up like a Christmas tree. And you realize this is really happening. So those were the two moments that, again, surprised is not strong enough. More shocked really is the right term, but shocked in a good way.
Feast your eyes on
Absolutely.
Manhattan.
I think I remember reading somewhere once that you said that feeling was like winning a jackpot machine at Vegas.
Something like that. Yeah, I've never hit it big on a jackpot,
Yeah.
but it kind of that's how I would equate it to. All the money falling out of the slot machine.
Yeah.
The old school jackpot anyway, all those views and likes and comments coming in. It's a great feeling to have that recognition for your work.
Absolutely. I think that post you spoke of, did that get around 600,000 views within a couple of days or something like that?
It's now up to about 622,000 views. And last time I checked, I was still in the top 100 posts of all time. I haven't checked in a while. But it's dropping as more and more viral
big deal.
posts.
See you around.
Yeah.
At one point in time, I was in the top 50, but now I think it's the top 100. So, but needless to say, it was my first real moment that I realized that blogging may be something that I can do as a career option. And from that post, I really started getting inquiries from other sites to blog, and that's really kind of the starting point of my professional blogging career.
And one of the first things that struck a chord with me about yourself was it wasn't all about you. And I know very quickly, rather than just bathe in your own success, I think you created the bloggers and publishers group on LinkedIn. What made you start that?
Blogging is an individual sport, if you will, and as great as a feeling as it is to have a viral post, it can be kind of lonely, and I am a believer that if you can take something that's an individual effort and make it more of a team effort and collaborate with people that are in your industry or field, I think it just improves results, and that really was the motivation behind publishers and bloggers putting together a group of global like-minded bloggers that are looking to collaborate with one another to improve their skills as writers, share best practices, and collaborate on efforts to promote their posts and establish connections
Serious inquiries
that
only
are,
next time.
that defy boundaries and really
Transmission
provide
jammed.
value that you
Proximity
can't get
coverage
anywhere
over.
else. And that has
Backup
really been the
activated.
case for me
System
in
rebooted.
terms of who I've been able to network with and publishers
Warning,
and
now entering
bloggers.
Dark Zone.
It's really taken my blogging career and to the next level by creating connections that I couldn't have made otherwise. And, from Paul Drury to Kathy Caprino to yourself to the many others that we've been fortunate to connect with at Publishers and Bloggers. And it's continuing to grow every day. We get new bloggers that are interested in meeting and collaborating with other bloggers on a global level. And every day it just continues to grow, and we see more and more collaboration.
Yeah, I really do think it's an amazing thing, because I think what everyone does is, no matter what it is you're trying to achieve in life, you surround yourself by like-minded people, don't you, on a similar journey to yourself. And I think that's what the group does. And I think it's a fantastic thing that you've created there.
Yeah, I would encourage anybody that is publishing on LinkedIn or their own website to join us and meet some really great other writers, learn some new techniques, and collaborate with us.
Which do you think is more important? Do you think the actual view count or shares and engagement? Do you think that's equally as important and often overlooked?
Yeah, it's certainly there's different goals with blog posts, and the most important thing is that your posts are reaching your target market. And each blogger is going to have a different set of goals, but reaching the target market, the target audience, really should be the number one goal. A viral post certainly helps you reach new audiences and attract new readers within your niche, but figuring out where your target audience, where they get their content from, that's really the most important thing, that your message is being received by those that want to interact with you and your brand. So that's number one. Whether that takes 1,000 views or 500,000 views, that really can vary. But if people if you're only getting a view count for a tick, and it doesn't mean as much. You're not going to get the type of an engagement you're going to get by taking your message to a strategic audience. And that's really where you'll see the biggest returns. And some of my clients that I've gained from blogging, they're not always on the viral post that produces that type of lead or new connection. So that's why I encourage people to not necessarily get discouraged by a blog that doesn't go viral. The viral posts are great, and they certainly feel great when they happen. Like we mentioned, the slot machine, hitting it big in Vegas. But there's bigger goals that should be defined, and realistic goals, because it's not realistic to expect every post to go viral. But you should be really focused on honing in on your specific audience for every single post. The number one goal is to make sure that the message is being delivered by the people that you want to engage with your brand.
I've had a couple of viral posts myself, but they do seem to have a little less engagement sometimes. I think it makes it all more sweeter if you've got 300-400 shares and 30 comments and people actually challenging each other's thought process. It just makes a big difference.
It does, you bet.
So as for yourself, you're a viral writer now officially. You've got an MBA. You run a successful LinkedIn group helping and supporting other
You're
writers.
now entering a
What could possibly be
contaminated
next?
area.
Well, most people wait to start their startup company until they finish their MBA. But I don't always follow the the traditional paths, hence getting my MBA in my 30s. And so the traditional path isn't always the way for me. And I decided to start my company while simultaneously getting an MBA, and have launched
Now leaving the
Social
contaminated
Marketing
area.
Solutions and the Social Marketing Blog. And I called the launch of the company the soft launch period, while doing it simultaneously with my MBA. And now it's time to take the next step with the company and really bring it to market and do some advertising. I haven't done any publicity really for the company, other than mentioning it in my LinkedIn blogs, and that's been enough to get business started and people interested in what we provide. And we provide business blogging solutions and social media engagement techniques and management for individuals and companies, small, medium, and enterprise level businesses. And the next goal is to start bringing on more bloggers to the social media blog. So far, I've put out some content, and we've had one guest blogger. But for anybody that is listening that would like to contribute to social media blog, please do get in contact with me. That is one of my next step is to bring on more bloggers, get out great content on a daily basis, putting out great blog posts about marketing and using social media, content marketing, and getting the word out to readers.
Just for anyone that is listening, John, what's the best way of getting hold of you?
You can reach me on email at John, John, at socialmarketingssolutionsllc.net.
So if there's anybody else listening out there that are thinking about trying LinkedIn Pulse, is there any advice or any tips that you would pass on to them?
Well, I would say go for it. We both talked about being, apprehensive when we started, and I think just to dive in and really go for it. I would encourage people to start writing and putting it out there and start developing their voice. The benefits for your career in terms of establishing thought leadership are tremendous, and it's really just a tremendous opportunity that we haven't been afforded in the past. If you wanted to be a blogger in the past, you had to be a famous writer or a publisher of some sort to sign on with some of the major publishers. And we've been given an opportunity that hasn't existed in the past, and I would just encourage people to really take advantage of it and start writing and putting yourself out there. If you think that it's something that it all interests you, I say go for it.
Like I say, it's a wonderful opportunity. I think the only mistake that a lot of people make is they go straight in with self-promotion or, buy my book straight away or come to my business. But I think if you can avoid that and just concentrate on providing content that resonates with your audience, I think that's the key to everything, really.
Certainly, there's definitely mistakes that people are making with the self-promotion. I saw one example of it the other day. I saw a real estate agent, a realtor, that published a post with only realtor listings in the blog post. There was no content. It was just realtor listings. And I thought that was just a classic example of a complete misuse of the platform, and someone hopefully is providing that agent with some coaching. Maybe I should have reached out and kindly given the person a nudge. But that's a blatant misuse of the platform. I think there's other people that are maybe too self-promotional at times, but really the engagement comes from your content that you put out and the value that you're providing to your readers. That's what keeps them coming back, and once you have that, they will the leads and the engagement will happen naturally.
A huge thank you for taking the time out, John. I know you're incredibly busy for coming on to what is my first podcast. I just wanted to personally thank you for coming on board.
Well, Neil, it's great. I appreciate everything. Our collaboration and the work that you're putting out there is just tremendous. You're having a tremendous year yourself with all of those editors' picks you've been showing up on Pulse. So I just completely honored to be your first guest, and thanks so much for having me on, and look forward to our continued collaboration, and look forward to having a pint with you in the backyard at my graduation party here in a few weeks.
I'll hold you to that. I'll bring some English warm beer.
All right. Thanks so much.
Wow, we're really coming to the end of the first ever podcast. Now, I read some time ago that all successful podcasters say that the first 9 or 10 are truly awful, and when you look back 50, 60 episodes time, you'll be like, I want to re-record those, they were awful, I didn't know what I was doing. But hey, this is a learning curve, so I'm just happy that you've stuck with me this far. This is now where I hand over to you guys. This is your true calling. I want to hear your opinions on topics that I've written about recently. So whether it be Amazon Prime Day, Apple Music, are you trying Apple Music? Do you prefer it over Spotify or other services? I also recently said I was a digital hoarder. Do you have any similar issues there? What about banks considering using emojis to replace PIN numbers? The LinkedIn Pulse app? There's just so much to talk about. So I'm really interested in throwing this out to you guys. Pop me a message if you just got something you would like me to read out, or if you would like to actually appear on here in an interview like we did with John White. It'd be fantastic to get you online. But until then,
Welcome to the Tech Blog Writer Podcast, your guide to blogging on the LinkedIn publishing platform, and a roundup of all the latest tech stories in a language you understand. Now, over to your host, Neil Hughes.
it seems everywhere you look online you'll find people claiming to be innovative leaders, whilst meeting rooms and boardrooms across the globe are full of businessmen and women getting giddy about innovation. There's an increasing reliance on technology. The needs and wants of customers constantly changing, coupled with an urgency to stay ahead of the competition, all of which has ensured that innovation is the most overused buzzword in business. Surely there is more to innovation than just another buzzword, but what is it? Can we define what it is? I've invited Rich Hay to set the record straight. Welcome, Rich.
Yeah, mate.
Tell the listeners a little bit about yourself and your background.
So, I originally come from a software development background. I've been doing that about 15, 16 years now. I've been lucky enough over my time to work on a few projects that people would probably call innovative in one form or another. Innovation, yeah, I completely agree that it's something you hear so much, but I think so often people don't really know why they're using that term. So it's very interesting to me.
Absolutely. Apologies for asking, but just to clear up any confusion, what is innovation? What isn't innovation? And why is it important?
What is innovation? And more importantly, what isn't? I mean, for me, you look at innovation and you look at what people talk about when they talk about innovation. Let's say you do a Google search for innovation, new innovations, and you'll see hundreds of news articles talking about all kinds of things, from medical innovation to technology, across a whole range of topics. Something which I've believed in for a long time now is innovation can be anything you want it to be, but the two most important things it's got to have a need, you've got to have a requirement, you've got to have something you need to resolve or something you need to fix in order for it to actually have any value. But for it to be innovative, that's really interesting because innovation can be in context. So what I mean by that, and what I mean by saying innovation in context is something that may be innovative for me, or in my role, or where I work, may be completely different to someone else's situation. So Google, Microsoft, Apple, the likes of 3M, they have huge innovation budgets. They invest millions. But they're looking for innovation on a global scale that's going to change them and set them apart as a market leader. What you're looking at in terms of, say, a small to medium enterprise maybe, or even your corner shop, they may have an innovation. But for them, their innovation may be, I've got a new till, or I've got some new stock control software, and that for them is the innovation. Innovation is how they use it. Innovation is about taking a piece of technology and maybe looking at it in a different way, putting it into a new context, using it in a way that it wasn't originally designed for, but actually you're taking the parallels of its use and applying it to your situation. There's so many terms that, innovation isn't about one thing. It's not just about technology. It's not just about doing things
This is the shit you
differently.
need.
It's
You are
about
now entering
getting
a safe
solution
area.
that meets your needs in your space.
Contamination level
So,
rising below street level.
It's just a wide area, and it's something I can talk about for hours.
No, it's a fascinating subject. I mean, how do you actually embed innovation culture into a business? What kind of mistakes do you see made the most?
So it's really easy for people. I mean, you take a look at where innovation has been successful. So take a company. I'll give you 3M as an example. So historically,
That's
3M
fine.
and Google
Someone
for that
else
matter,
will
they
want
spent
this.
time to give people the space to go and develop their own projects, to lead their own projects, and take that time to work on things that they have a vested interest in personally. That's one of the real key things, is letting people take their idea and run with it, take a lead on it, own that product, own that solution. You may not have the skills to deliver it yourself, you may not have the contacts to do it, but that's where those companies in those environments have provided that support to say that you can bring people in and they will support you in building that team and taking that forward because they can see the value in it. Whether the value comes from a commercial gain or the value comes from something, a lesson learned, that's the key to it really. Innovation is not always about succeeding. It's about the old saying of fail fast. If you can fail fast, then you can move on to the more successful things later and you can learn quicker. When it fails, when innovation, when it fails in companies, when it fails in groups, when people bring it in but don't really understand why they're bringing it in. I've seen situations where a management team or management structure have gone, we need to innovate. So how are we going to innovate? We're going to form an innovation team, or we're going to form an innovation group, or an innovation forum. And that team gets formed, but has no real focus because they haven't got a need. They haven't got a requirement that says, we can't find a solution for this, so how do we resolve it? Or we've got to meet this requirement, but we haven't got the budget, or we haven't got the technology, or we haven't got, what is the constraint? Because the constraints can drive that innovation. But it's when people don't really understand why they're doing it, or if you have a solution, you're trying to find a fit for it, that's when it kind of fails. At the end of the day, people have got to want to do it.
Stupid.
It's very much about people. It succeeds because of people. It succeeds because people believe in what they're building, believe in the project, believe in the concept, and want to take things forward and want to drive it. You've got to have people you've got to give the people that freedom and that scope and that trust to say that they're going to take that idea, run with it, and develop it into something that's great. But from a leadership point of view, you've got to be hands off. You've got to take that step back. You've got to let the guys have space. You've got to let them.
Contamination level critical below strike level.
Because that's how the great innovations come out. It's giving the guys the freedom. It's giving them the control. It's not trying to constrain it with processes around
This is the shit you
new product
need.
development, but we must go through these steps. Give the guys the principles. Give the guys the freedom to follow those principles and make their own decisions based on their experience, and then you'll get proper innovation.
Is resistance to change still an obstacle? Or
Contamination
are people
level
generally more
lowering
accepting?
below street level.
I think people can see the value. I think everyone says it. The internet is a huge has opened up a huge mine of information, and it's so easy now to kind of
Hostiles
see
detected below street
news
level.
stories a lot faster than they would have done. You would have never heard, if you think back, the Post-it note, right? That was a massive innovation. for what it actually is. So simple, yeah.
What are you waiting for?
Computer not working right? Benjamin Rockwell can make sense of it for you. Keeping your technology running smoothly, here's Benjamin Rockwell with Computer Talk Radio.
The website, ComputerTalkRadio.com, ComputerTalkRadio.com. The phone number, 888-NERD. 888, that's 888-6373-888. Got a lot on this week's show, as we always do. And yes, we're going to be covering genealogy. We're going to be covering saving money, especially if you can't buy a computer right now. Social media score, remote management, that's all in the second hour. We're closing out this week. We're going to talk about, yes, I'm telling you yet again, slow down and look, I want you to do more things that help you forget.
This is the shit you need.
Coming up next, I'm going to be talking about phone scammers. Actually, it's a bad solution, but some good solutions along with it.
Hey there, New York. You know who this is.
Going to be coming up.
You better know by now I've been doing this for nothing.
He's going to talk about his first.
And if I got a doozy for you today. Once upon a time, your Uncle Rick told you a story about how green poison got made in the lab. How some government freak cooked it up for whatever reason, and it got loose or got turned loose.
This one's really neat.
And you all laughed and called me a conspiracy nut, which, to be fair, I kind of am. But that ain't the point. What is the point is that I got a source in the JTF, and he told me they're going balls to the wall looking for some Russian scientist named Chinenko. Now, why would they be doing that, you ask? Well, it turns out if you look this guy up, he was a world-leading installation of viruses and crap. And he's Russian. And he was in New York when all the shit went down. What does it mean? I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying that where I sit, I can paint a picture, and it's not a pretty one. If this cat is on the loose in the city, we could be in for a rough ride. But Rick, I'm hearing you say, what if this guy is just an innocent bystander? What if he doesn't have anything to do with it? What if he's just some happy-go-lucky schmuck who just happened to specialize in this stuff and be in New York when his theories got put into play for realsies? Well, guess what? Even if this guy is a freaking saint, it doesn't matter. What's in his head is some of the most dangerous intel on the planet right now. And if someone wants to crack open his skull and see what's inside, there's plenty of candidates for the job.
Talking about either iPads or iPhones or the Apple Watch, or, and there's a lot of different things that go on with Apple. They do a number of these events. This is their annual September event. He's going to be talking about it next week. We don't know what they're going to announce. We've got some ideas.
Now exiting the safe area.
Into the rumor mill, as most people who've been listening for a while know.
We ought to bust into that art museum,
Apple ID, continuing with the whole Apple concept. Apple ID is known for one of the options of signing in with Apple. You may have seen this. You might have an account with a company. It might be a matter of you logging with your Facebook, your Google, or your Microsoft account. But now imagine you have an account with a company and then they get into an argument with another party and they control the access. That third party controls the access. What if we might have that experience? Well, we could lose access. Yes, that's right. Apple could come along someday and say, you know what? We're no longer going to work with this company over there, so you're going to lose your access. And so sorry. Proof? Do I have proof of this? Yeah, actually, apparently the signing with Apple was under some serious threat for Epic Games. Now, this is a topic that's subject to change at a moment's notice. When I'm talking about this on Thursday night, they basically believe that they've got till close of business on Friday for people to log in, change their password, change their account so that they don't have to log in using Apple. Otherwise, they might leave their time, their money spent, all of this just inaccessible. It's all gone. Whatever energy you put into playing an Epic game, any of the Epic games. So that's concerning. Another concerning item from the Apple world is that Smart Banners has a little issue. Well, you're surfing on Safari, and you wind up on a news magazine. Any of the different news magazines which have, yes, News Plus connectivity there. Apple has decided they're going to put up an item that says this publication is in Apple News Plus, and then give you an option to open in the News app. Now, this really answers a big question as to if Apple is respecting our privacy. They're clearly watching what you are doing online. If you are reading news online, they're going to try to push you to their version of the truth. I mean their version of the article on that same website, but through their own app. This is astoundingly scary, intrusive, and creepy all at the same time. Further, you can bet that this is going to be the way of things to come. I'm very disturbed by the idea that they would start watching everything we always knew that they were watching everything we're doing, but the fact that they would do it so bracingly to just shift us off in another direction. Another company, of course, that spies on us on a regular basis, Amazon. And Amazon has launched something called Alexa Print. This is actually a neat feature, and I'm interested in it, no matter how much that we think that Amazon, through our many devices, is following our every spoken word. And now they can actually get into the written word. How so? Well, okay, so this Alexa Print, it will allow you to print whatever it is that you've got to your printer. You're just sitting there. And yes, this is a great idea. If you've got lists going on and I'm about ready to head on out shopping, okay? So print off my shopping list, print off my to-do list, print whatever it is that you want to print. It's all neat, it's all fine and dandy. Of course, let's note, Amazon isn't really doing this out of the kindness of their hearts. They're looking to make more money, more sales, more profits off of everything you buy. That means they're hoping that you'll still utilize that shopping list on the Amazon app, and then, you'll buy something utilizing that list directly from them. Or, you're working up some connectivity to your printer. That means now they can connect up to your printer and monitor when you're running low on ink. Amazon, what's my notification? Benjamin, you're running low on toner for your printer. Would you like to order it now? Yeah, that's right. They're going to be looking at ways to make more money. It's no surprise to any of us, but there you go. The brand Gateway. I could spend a long time on this. I'm not going to. Suffice it to say, years ago, Gateway, Dell, they were battling back and forth. At one point in time, one of them would have their prices would go in one direction, their customer service would go in whatever direction, and they would take turns back and forth where the customer support or the pricing was a better option for one of the two of them. Then Gateway made some bad decisions in retail and in pricing and support, and all three of them went downhill. And when I say retail, they opened up stores and lost a lot of money because you still would have to buy your computer not through the store, but through an online kiosk that was sitting in the store. So you couldn't do cash on the barrel and get your computer and take it home. Anyway, a lot of bad problems. After being purchased by Acer for the name value only in 2007, the brand faded and has been pretty much gone for the last 10 years. Now, Walmart is bringing it back. They're going to use it to provide what right now look like mid-range to low-range, I'll call it mediocre computers, through what is a massive retail system. Now, we're all tempted to save a buck, but I want you to give this one some time to actually show its value or its lack thereof. Now, I'm not sure. I would not count on this. Xbox announced their new console.
Hostiles moving out of proximity.
And it's the Xbox Series S or the Xbox Series X.
S as in Sam, X as in X-ray. And the price point is in line with the previous consoles, $299 or $499. They're also offering monthly payments, which will include the Xbox Live games and services and all that. And I don't know. We'll be following it. I'm kind of excited, but then again, it's kind of run-of-the-mill. One more item. I've got it up online at the website, computertalkradio.com. A robot wrote a news article for The Guardian. A key quote on this: AI should not waste time trying to understand the viewpoints of people who distrust artificial intelligence for a living. Now, I don't distrust AI. I just realize that the message from a being that can do no harm will be to say that it intends no harm. How they choose to serve man is a big question. Will it be the form of a cookbook? I'm going to be talking phone scammers next here on Computer Talk Radio.
Let's talk about on and off.
You mean like light switches?
Yeah, the original user interface device.
And you were there, right?
Hey, I'm not that old.
Yeah, you are. So on and off.
Yeah, only with no humans doing it, like...
But you and I both have our computers on CyberPower UPS systems.
Yeah, so we have power, but there's another on and off.
Oh, right. Online and offline.
You got it, meaning another UPS at the cable modem and VoIP phone and Wi-Fi router.
And even a low-cost standby UPS can handle those. Better, of course, if it has AVR.
Right, so it doesn't have to hit the battery just because the line voltage drops.
Maybe it's a good time to mention the promo that saves $10 to $15. Details are at the CyberPower website.
And maybe you could put it on your website?
Oh, that's already done. It's computertalkradio.com.
You know, on and off, you take really good care of your listeners.
Area secure.
The phone number, 888-NERD. 888, that's 888-6373. 888. And I get a number of calls from our listeners. I get a number of people calling me with their computer questions and things like that. And sometimes I just can't answer it for right away. Sometimes I've got to let it go to voicemail. And sometimes I do wind up with some very interesting messages like this one.
This is an important public service announcement.
Ooh, okay, all right. I better pay attention. I don't recognize this phone number, but perhaps it's coming from the government. It sounds rather major and important.
There is a rise in scam calls impacting people around the world.
Okay, all right. So I am quite well aware of this. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that there are many people out there looking to separate us from cold, hard-earned cash. It has happened since Jacob conned his brother Isaac out of his birthright back in Genesis 25. Oddly enough, I love to have knowledge of words and the origination and meaning of words and all of these names. Jacob has a number of meanings, including cheater, deceiver, and defrauder. So yeah, let's continue now.
Many of these scammers are directly funding terrorist organizations, and in 2017, $15 billion was scammed from Americans.
Okay, so yes, we know that's true. We know that $16 billion has been skimmed from our fellow citizens, our neighbors, in just 1 year. Okay, so it's a little bit of a scare tactic about funding terrorists, but, maybe it's still government.
30 seconds till extraction. Much of this money is used to fund terrorist organizations such as the Al-Qaeda and ISIS to further hurt our neighbors around the world.
Okay, so this is painting with quite a brush. It sounds a little bit more like that sales pitch. I don't know. Let's see here.
It is critical that you report any phone calls from these scammers to the FCC or to the phone company of the scammer. Confirmed. Cargo secured.
All right. It's somewhat a legitimate recommendation, and I don't know if they're talking about the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, or the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is the SEC. I don't think it's the latter. But anyways, look, these guys are having a hard time keeping up these days. Yeah, we can report it, but I'm kind of dubious. Let's listen further.
You can use free carrier lookup tools to identify the carrier and then call or email the carrier so that the scammer's phone system is shut down.
Okay, yeah, I mean, here's a problem right here that I'm well aware of. These guys do not just simply get shut down. What happens is actually they move on. Some of these tactics that they use include VoIP. What is VoIP? It's Voice over Internet Protocol. Well, that Internet is actually kind of that key thing. It's simply almost untraceable calls that are done over the internet. They get a phone number for a matter of 2, 3, 4 days, maybe a week, and then they just shove a gazillion phone calls over the internet. And along with this, they spoof phone numbers. They'll even spoof all of that caller ID information, all of those details, and they apply their scams like a snake oil salesman. And one of the things that happened way back in the Wild West, the snake oil salesman, he did his sales to everybody, promising this cure-all for whatever, and then he would move on to the next town that day. He would do that almost immediately. These phone scam artists, they scatter like rodents in a dark kitchen when the lights go on.
Most importantly, if someone with a foreign accent claims to be the IRS, Social Security Administration Office, Microsoft, Amazon, Cash App, or any other questionable source that generally doesn't call you.
Okay, all right, so they're going to refer us to the FBI. Well, okay, maybe we could go to the FBI, but, again, the FBI is just as busy with this, and if you're not scammed out of money, they're not going to listen to you. So, well, maybe who is it that they're going to refer us to?
Immediately hang up the call and report it on our website, scammer.com. Again, that's scammer.com.
There it is. We found out it's a sales pitch. You'll notice, you can play that back a few times. I've obscured the name. I don't believe in them. I don't believe in what they're doing. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. But let's close out their message.
Knowledge is power. If everyone refuses to fall victim to these scams, then the scammer's revenue source will dry up, and together we can get this problem significantly reduced.
So it's actually it's funny when you find out who these guys are. It's a subtle pitch. It's not even a major pitch. I looked into this company, and I don't believe in what they're doing, but I'll tell you what they're doing. It looks like a neat way to get even with the bad guys. What they're doing is they're actually going to send a bunch of phone calls to that telemarketer, and they're going to bombard them with all of these inbound telephone calls, kind of turning the tables on the bad guys. Those bad guys keep calling you. Those bad guys keep harassing you. Well, this company wants to turn it around, and they want to totally overwhelm the switchboard of whoever it is that is harassing you. But here's the thing. It doesn't work like that. Most of these companies, you remember I said they spoof the phone numbers. I want you to imagine this. It doesn't take much to spoof a phone number. And what they do is they simply set up this phone number and they send out this information and then they bail on it. I can't tell you how many times in the earlier days of spoofing, where I would get a phone call.
This area is
I missed a phone call. I'll call that person back. Hi, yeah, this is Benjamin. I'm calling. I think you called me earlier. Nope, I haven't called anybody all day. Oh, how odd. Well, okay, now we've become aware of this spoofing concept. We've become aware of this idea that people are spoofing our phone number, and they are utilizing our phone number to reach out to others. So the scammers, these bad guys, are already doing this. So these telemarketing companies also use a variety of computer programs which just automatically dial these numbers. just constantly dial all kinds of numbers, and there's very few actual people involved. All right, there are some where it is actually a real person because they're working on a different kind of scam, but it's usually further along in the scam before you actually even reach a live person. But this is an interesting concept. But what I want you to do, instead of thinking, hey, this is a great way to get back at somebody, I want you to think about just hanging up. Yeah, there are people there's a gentleman by the name of James Veitch. He's very funny, Veitch. Look him up on YouTube, James Veitch, and it's his experience with some scammers. And, it is absolutely hilarious, it's funny, and it's how he decided he was going to wage his own war against the scammer. And, there are people out there that have had similar situations where the scammers have turned the tables, or rather the tables have been turned, and the scammers go, oh, please, stop. I don't contact me ever again. And they learn a lesson. You know how often that is? About 1 in a million will learn their lesson. The rest of them will just continue on and on. Look, this company that left this voicemail for me, yeah, they're vigilantes. They are, they're like the Punisher, or the folks on Person of Interest, or any other vigilante kind of movie that you might have seen. Are they going to be successful? Yes, at only one thing: taking your money, because they do this as a service. This is Benjamin Rockwell. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio. I'll be back with more in just a moment.
Micro Center, home to all kinds of electronics and computer items, has over 20 locations across the country, and it's also available at microcenter.com. This is Benjamin Rockwell of Computer Talk Radio, and I live just a couple of miles away from my local Micro Center, and I've been shopping there for years. From Apple to Windows, they've got what you need. CPUs, got them. Screwdrivers and other tools, yep. Cables, televisions, scanners, projectors, cameras, they have it all. Micro Center is a place which fills your electronic needs. What are you looking for? Media centers, monitors, mice, MP3 players, media, modems, motherboards, memory. Those are just the M's. They aren't regional, but spread across our great land from Virginia to California. Each one is service and repair, in-store clinics, and business services too. Microcenter.com is their online store, a place where you can get your regular online ordering needs met. From the hobbyist to the professional, the brand name, or building it yourself, Microcenter is your resource. Check out Microcenter.com today. Microcenter.com.
Keith M. Cedar joins me now. And look, Keith, I know next week we're going to be talking all about kind of the future of Apple, where they're going with all of their new announcements. But I want this week for us to step back. I would like to know what your earliest computing experience, like your first computer or the first purchased computer, something like that. Give us a reminiscence.
Well, I have to tell you this, Benjamin. My first computing experience actually comes as a result of my video gaming. I loved Atari 2600 for the longest time, visiting cartridges. But when ColecoVision came out, it was an order of magnitude better than the blocky 8-bit graphics of the Atari 2600. As much as it was, ColecoVision brought you graphics and sound that were on par with, if not pretty darn close to, the arcade games that we popped quarters in at the time as kids in the early 80s.
Yeah, for a short time, yes.
The problem was convincing my mother that this was a good idea, because she was like, no, you've got all these cartridges already, you don't need another gaming system, blah, blah, blah. And then I hit her with, but Mom, it's got an expansion module that turns it into a computer. Well, that made her take notice.
Okay.
And at a time when all of my friends that were in the computing realm were using Commodore VIC-20s and Commodore 64s, and even one or two that had Atari 400 or Atari 800. I was the extreme odd man out with the Coleco Atom, because the cool thing was you had this expansion port on the front of the ColecoVision. You could pop this whole computer module in. The big problem was that it didn't do very much, and it came with this big, clunky, loud daisy wheel printer. In fact, third parties made a muffler box that you could put in there.
Yes, yeah.
And it basically came with, they called them digital data cassettes. They were cassette tape, but they were digital rather than analog. And you could run BASIC or a Buck Rogers video game, which is pretty cool. Or it was a word processor. And I remember a friend of mine, for my 12th or 13th birthday, said, I got you something for your computer. And this was exciting because there were so few accessories available.
Yeah.
And he gave me a ream of computer paper, the kind with the perforations on the side that you tear off because they go through the paper feeder. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool, thanks. I guess I'll use it, sure. But yeah.
And I remember those days. I bet you did use it. You used it all up and then got another ream of it, another case of it, and yeah.
I did, but I mean, again, when everybody else was using a Commodore computer for the most part, using a Coleco Atom at that point it's like I must be a glutton for punishment, because all my life I've been the odd man out, because I adopted Apple early.
Even to this day, you're using Apple, and that puts you... No. You left yourself open for that, buddy.
Supply drops detected.
Everybody was using
Uploading
DOS or
coordinates.
Windows, and I was still ridiculed for that too, but it's like I felt like I knew better. Now, granted, the ColecoVision wasn't all that, but Apple turned out to be.
All right, so actually, let's talk about the early DOS days, because I will tell you that while I had my first purchased computer was in '89, and it was running DOS, right at that same point in time, there were two big companies that occupied just over 50% of the market. 25% roughly going to Tandy, the other 25% going to Apple. Yeah.
We want to know something. Back when all the department stores, like Two Guys and Bradley's and Kmart, would sell like the Commodore computers, I remember going to the store with my parents, and I would run over to the computer department, and I remember I was taught by one of my friends a 4-line computer program that would make the computer count until it ran to memory. It was like X equals 1, print X equals X plus 1, go to the first line.
Yeah, exactly.
You just watch the numbers scroll, and in the early 1980s, that was like the coolest thing.
Yeah. Oh, man. Such history. Imagine, I mean, today nobody would even think about doing that. There's so much we can do with computers.
No, they want to do some serious hacking today.
Oh, hacking. I wouldn't call that hacking.
No, but by the same token, when they've got a demo on the screen, people want to try to play a video game or do some word processing, and the computer's just scrolling numbers over and over and over again. And you come back a half an hour later, and it just stopped with some out-of-memory exception error.
Yeah.
You're not going to find a lot of other options.
It's funny
for this
you
stuff.
bring up that printer. I want to talk about loud printers for just a moment. I had this Epson DFX 5000 at the office. The dot matrix. It is the fastest available dot matrix printer from Epson ever, other than going to line printers, and it did green bar size, the big huge 11 by 17, and it was just huge, and it went back and forth so fast it destroyed tables. Fortunately, I worked for a furniture manufacturer. They built a table specifically for that printer that wouldn't fall apart.
That is wild. Now, the thing about the dot matrix printers was they went back and forth. Like this daisy wheel printer that came with the Coleco Atom, it was like a loud typewriter from the 1920s.
It was. I remember I had one as well. We would talk about it sounding like a machine gun.
Benjamin, you're bringing back memories. You're bringing back memories for me because I remember my mother yelling at me up the stairs if I was printing too late at night.
Oh, man.
I mean, you have your inkjet printers today, they barely make a peep when they print, and you never know.
Even the laser printers. Even the laser printers. It's, yeah, printing. Yeah. Oh, wow. Such history. And you talked to Vic 20 and Commodore 64. My first class was on a Vic 20. Then on a Commodore PET. And then my wife had a Commodore 128.
Did you play Balloon Man?
Balloon Man?
Yeah, it was like a little clown on a unicycle, and balloons were falling, and you had to catch the balloons on a...
Oh, I remember that. I wasn't fond of that one. Yeah, Lode Runner was my big one. Loved Lode Runner.
At least you didn't die of dysentery.
Oh, great. Yes. Oregon Trail. Oh, man. This is Benjamin Rockwell.
I'm Keith M. Sedor.
You're listening to Computer Talk Radio. Marty Winston joins me next.
Yes, he does.
Hi, this is Benjamin Rockwell. Most of us use digital cameras nowadays, but what do we do with those old pictures and slides in the back of the closet? Let me tell you about Legacy Digital Productions. They specialize in taking your old memories on film, videotape, and slides and digitizing them to DVDs. If you have boxes of old slides, then you know they fade more and more each year. Let Legacy Digital scan them for you and stop the aging process dead in its tracks. You'll get beautiful 10 megapixel digital files, color corrected and ready for printing. All this is done faster and cheaper than buying a film scanner and doing it yourself. Your files are then burned onto gold archival DVD discs where they will last for generations. Call right now, mention my name, Benjamin Rockwell, and receive a 30% discount on your order. Call toll-free 1-866-2-LEGACY. That's 1-866-2-LEGACY. And tell them Benjamin sent you. Your memories are priceless, so call 866-2-LEGACY now. The phone number 888-NERD 888.
Attention. Supply drops will expire.
637-3888. Marty Winston joins me now, and Marty, you know...
One second. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know that Ben is being so careful. His microphone's wearing a mask.
Yes. Yes, it is. This pre-existed the whole COVID situation.
Yes, but if you take a look, your microphone stayed healthy.
It has stayed quite healthy. Yes, thank you very much.
Supply drop timer has expired.
Marty, you know, I wanted to, rather than talking about microphones, I wanted to talk to you about lighting, because
your lighting does not have a mask.
No, it doesn't. It'd be really dark here if it did. One of the things in regards to lighting that I've only got a bare amount of knowledge on in regards to dimming. A lot of the dimming I've dealt with has been a matter of stuff actually that I've done at my church. I control the lighting on a regular basis. It's either the sound, the lighting, or the PowerPoint presentation. It's not PowerPoint, but if I say that, everybody knows what it is. So I'm usually at one of those 3 different stations doing the tech work. And with the lighting there, it's all computer controlled. You send out a computer signal that's called DMX, 5-draw, a bunch of different things with that. I know that the dimmer on my wall somehow controls the light over my head when I want to dim the lights, but I don't know how it does it. Fill me in on this.
There are a couple of ways to dim, and the original dimmer for electric lighting was a rheostat, which is essentially a variable resistor. So the part of the power that went to the bulb could be reduced, and the rest of the power went to the resistor, and it worked just like a toaster. It got really, really hot. That's what a rheostat did. And a lot of people decided it's probably not that good to add a toaster to a wall switch.
Yeah.
So there are some trickier things that they've done with traditional incandescent lighting dimmers, including pulse width modulation, which means if you think about a second, you might be on for 30% of the second and off for 70%, or vice versa if you want it to be brighter. That's how that works. But since fluorescent lighting, especially in fixtures, there's an evolved, I won't even say evolving, there's a well-established, very popular way to control lighting that uses two extra wires, two extra connections. The wires are low voltage, low current, low power. If you've got 18 gauge speaker wire, that is more than enough to carry this stuff. And by the way, the color code for it is lavender and gray. But good luck finding that off the shelf anywhere. So it usually comes out red and white or red and black.
Okay.
This wire carries a voltage that's between 0 volts and 10 volts. If it's 0 volts, the fixture is off. If it's 10 volts, the fixture is on full brightness, and none of the power to the fixture is coming over this connection. This is controlling something within the fixture's driver, in the case of LEDs, balanced in the case of fluorescent, that decides how much power is going to whatever is making the light. So,
okay, all right. I see where you're going. Okay.
All right. Now, of all things, they decided to really break with tradition and take this thing that has voltages between 0 and 10 volts and call it 0-10 volt lighting.
Go figure. Okay.
Now, sometimes it's just called 010V or 010. What you want to know is if you've got a fixture, sometimes a bulb, that can accept 010 control, then you don't want to give it another kind of control. 010 control always takes an extra couple of connections, but switches that deliver it with a little slider are off the shelf at your favorite hardware or home hardware
Taking
kind
this
of
town, man. Ready to rumble.
kind of stores. I am putting 010 volt in here for our LED fixtures. As you're aware, our office space expands into a larger space that is going to be used as a TV studio. I wanted the ability to balance the lights there. So I put in wiring for three-way switches, which is not part of 010. 3 of the switches on one side are just three-way switches. On the other side, these three-way switches are also 010V sliders. They provide the other pair of wires with a voltage between 0 and 10 volts, which means I can set up as many LED fixtures as I want on any one of the 3 switches. And because I can wire 0 to 10 volt in parallel across all of them, they will all choreograph together. They will all dimmer brighten with that one slider.
Nice. Okay.
Now that is a lot of flexibility without going to one of the really expensive theatrical style control systems. 010V is not the only thing out there, but it's one of the most popular because it's one of the simplest to put in. It requires the least complicated wiring. If you've seen the theatrical stuff, it looks like, I don't know, the network connection.
The cables are similar to microphone cables. That's my world. I know the DMX 512 stuff pretty good.
Some of the other world uses things that look a lot more like Ethernet cables.
There are some of those, yeah.
So I want to stay away from that. I do. So that's 010V lighting, and I hope not to be dimmable. I hope that shit ain't
That is the voice and the pun of Marty Winston. This is Benjamin Rockwell. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio. I'll be back with more in just a moment. Years ago, I found a web hosting company that fit my needs as a computer nerd, as a radio show host, and just a normal person. Recently, though, it was clear to me that it was time to upgrade. But I had a choice between my old plan and the new one at 7 times the cost.
Not gonna rest
It
until
was
all
that
those
old
cops are
point where I
dead.
could choose between a sip of water or being dunked in a pool. I searched around, comparing the many options for someone like me. After searching around for 3 weeks, there it was, SiteGround. In proper fashion, I tested their customer service, their knowledge, SiteGround salesman made sure that I didn't overbuy and get a 50-gallon bucket when a 32-ounce soda could do. These guys know WordPress, Joomla, and regular standard websites. These guys at SiteGround are awesome. SiteGround.com. Site, S-I-T-E, ground.com. Nestor reached out to me. You can do it as well. Reach out at computertalkradio.com. His questioning is along the lines of how much that flash drives have come down in the past 5 years. And he asked, am I surprised by this? And the reality is, no. Not in the least. We go back, and I'm trying to remember roughly at what point in time I did this. I'm going to say this was back in 1998 or 99, maybe 97, maybe 2000. It doesn't matter. We're talking over 20 years ago. We're talking about my first flash drive. It was a jump drive from Lexar Jump Drive Sport. And I seem to recall it was 64 megs in size, and it ran for about $50. Now, at the time, I had a Zip Drive 100, and that was a big, huge, bulky affair. As a matter of fact, I still have it somewhere. And this Zip Drive is, well, it's the size of a very thick, very heavy-duty 3.5-inch floppy. And then you have to carry around the case for it, or the drive itself. So you've got these little modules that are 100 megs in size, and they're the size of a 3.5-inch floppy. And that was amazing back then.
Take out every last
and
one.
Today, I can get I can get many gigabytes on a thumbnail-sized micro SD card. And all of this has changed prices. I think I probably paid, again, about $50 for that 64 megs. Today, 64 gigs can be had for $5, $10. I don't even know what it is right now. I don't follow it mostly because I don't have a lot of stuff that I put on thumb drives that size. I have extra flash drives that I have sitting right over there in a blue box. I'm looking at it right on the other side of the microphone, and I use those on a regular basis. I give those away. Somebody asked me for a bunch of data or whatever. Here, let me put it on a flash drive for you. Here you go. And they want to pay me for it. No, don't even worry about it. It's perfectly fine.
It's over. Give it up.
All of the pricing for all of these follows something called Moore's Law. And this is why I'm not surprised by the idea of memory size, of hard drive sizes, of flash drive sizes dropping. It basically says that roughly every 18 months to 2 years, and this will all vary depending on which product we're dealing with, the amount of memory that you're going to be able to get is going to be cheaper by half. So if I bought something, I bought a 1 terabyte external hard drive. If I bought it today for $100, in 2 years, that same drive will either be 2 terabytes or it will be $50. That's just how it all works. That's part of Moore's Law. This is Benjamin Rockwell. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio.
Let me tell you about the Radio Factory, an exciting new venue for talk radio. It's the internet, the wave of the present. My name is Benjamin Rockwell, and I'm the host of a syndicated radio program, Computer Talk Radio. So I know the internet is here and now. Many of the hosts at TheRadioFactory.com have their own podcasts or radio shows across the country, but many people like the comfort of listening to their own special radio show at a specific time and day. Much like we watch live television. The internet, as you're probably aware, is a powerful tool that allows the Radio Factory to deliver unique programming with far more variety than the windbags who are simply about contriving up viewpoints to get you riled up. Additionally, you'll find that many of the programs are shorter, giving more
You got a
information
bird
in less
inbound
time.
on your
Stick with
position.
RadioFactory.com and see how it evolves to keep you entertained, interested, informed, and above all, intelligent. After all, the Radio Factory motto is building your intelligence one talk show at a time. TheRadioFactory.com.
Gigabyte, kilobyte, terabyte, megabyte, all this stuff makes my brain mega hurt. Fortunately, someone is available to explain all this technobabble. Translating technobabble to English, your translation expert, Benjamin Rockwell, is here with Computer Talk Radio.
The phone number, 888-NERD, 888, that's 888-637-3888. The website, computertalkradio.com, computertalkradio.com. This is, of course, the halfway point. This is where we always come to this point, and I have no idea what Steve is going to talk about. Well, no, sometimes I have an idea. And Steve, one of the things that you have talked about in the past is genealogy. And I know that you've been diving into genealogy, looking up
Extraction of cargo now in progress.
relatives you've had on Ancestry.com, and you had another program you were using for it.
Ready to bring it on board.
Ancestry.com was called Family Tree Maker.
Yeah.
Okay. But it has some severe limitations.
Okay.
So I've taken everything I've got out of Family Tree Maker and I put it into tables in Microsoft Access.
Okay. So that's actually a nice approach, and people aren't aware of the power of Microsoft Access. I mean,
15 seconds.
There are some people who think, oh, Access is that database thing, and I know actually in the industry there are people who think it's a toy until they see some of the stuff I've done with it, but that's another story altogether.
Family Tree Maker is not just a software, but it's all the database management system.
Right. So it's
Successful extraction complete.
I mean, people utilize databases on a regular basis, whether they know it or not. So let me ask you, what is some of the positive experience that you've had checking out your relatives, checking out your genealogy?
Well, okay. Now, first off, it comes down to the difference in what you consider genealogy and ancestry. Now, there's two ways to look at it. And the first way is to say, okay, this is me, this is my parents, this is my grandparents, and your direct lineage, as we call it.
Yes.
Going back.
The depth.
That's minor.
Yeah.
The other side of the coin is, who are all the people that I could possibly share DNA with?
And that turns into the breadth. So we've got the depth going back generations after generations. And, my grandfather on my mother's side, he had a lot of genealogy. He was a published author in regards to genealogy, and he went back a long way. I mean, we're talking back before Christ. Kind of distance.
I can't quite go that back.
Yes, but it's also very cool to find out, oh, hey, this person over here is my 16th cousin 12 times removed or something like that.
Well, with the whole advent of the Genome Project, okay, now we can get into the idea, okay, I can do a DNA test, and then using a database of other people that have taken their DNA tests, and I've done this with Ancestry.com.
Now leaving the contaminated area.
I have now come up with just in their database. Now, this is just in their database. I have come up with over 1,000 plus matches in parts of my DNA within that realm.
That's so that's 1,000 people that are. Well, I'm going to say when we start talking 1,000 people, you know, we think for the most part they're probably alive, but we're talking modern day people, and that's always exciting. So I'm sure it's not, you know, not just brothers and sisters, but expanding out a little further than that.
Yeah, well, an answer does come. They usually go back to about 6th or 7th cousins.
Okay.
They don't specify which ones you are, shall we say, once or twice removed. All they say, well, according to DNA, each person could possibly be your 6th cousin.
Okay, so it requires.
Warning. You are now entering a contaminated area.
A lot of research.
Digging into, okay, am I actually related to this person? Am I just happen to share some very interesting statistical markers that say I might
exiting
be
the contaminated area.
And of course, with that, you could also go back to the genealogy and say, okay, where did my ancestors come from?
Yeah.
Mine are Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
Some of them are Western Europe, in other words, from about Belgium all the way across to Russia. And some of them are also coming from the UK, predominantly Ireland, and some of them come from the, shall we say, how they put it, what's the word I'm looking for, down in what used to be Yugoslavia.
Okay.
And that peninsula. So, that's my particular DNA going back. But, all right, and they actually come back and say, okay, what groups of people are located? They give me a map and saying, okay, where are these people located that you have a match to? And they start making markers, and on the markers, they usually say, well, 100 people in this area are related to you. Okay. Of course, in my case, it's all over the map.
So now, have you had any contact with anybody that through this whole digging through? Okay, tell me about that.
I'm in contact with one I have figured out is my 4th cousin, once removed, that lives in the center of the state of Washington.
Okay, all right.
Never met her, but we just correspond on and
Attention.
we help each other out.
Exiting dark zone.
Fine. Now, in my case, I don't
Readings indicate
consider
this
a
area
person
is safe.
in my database as being valid until I find valid source documents, such as census records or birth records or all these kinds of things.
Sure, you want to link to them. You want to be very sure that you've got the positive link on them, yeah.
Sure. And then you come up with these little surprises that hit you between the eyes without even saying it.
Yeah. Okay.
For instance, my father, when he first got married, was a farm laborer.
All right.
And of course, his wife was a wife.
Yes.
And they were living and working, and he was living and working for his sister's brother-in-law.
Okay.
Say what? In 1940, he was working for his sister's brother-in-law, and I'm saying, wait a minute. So I started making the connections between the two families, and I'm saying, oh, goody. And you find these things out, and they surprise you. With all of this information that's available and all these little surprises, one of the other ones in my case was that my great-grandfather homesteaded land in the upstate part of New York. I mean, not Minnesota.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm going, he did? And I found his actual application for Homestead.
Nice.
And I know that now, by looking at Google Maps, I know exactly where it is.
So this is a nice way to dig into your present, kind of who you are today, but also look back at a lot of your family. Where did they come from? Where did they all go to? And in some places, yes, they get scattered. In some places, in some families, they cluster together and they stay together for in the new location. Yeah, exactly.
Finders keepers, right?
There's a lot to this. So Ancestry.com is one of your resources. Real quick, any other really good
Legacy, you've got MyHeritage.
Okay.
And of course, you've got every historical society in all 50 states.
Oh, yeah.
Help you out.
Wow.
All of those type of records, too.
Very cool. This is Benjamin Rockwell. That's Steve Keski. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio. I'll be back with more in just a moment. You have a couple of those new carbon open frame racks from CyberPower, right?
Yeah, I love them. I configured a 25U to 40 inches deep, about twice as deep as a regular rack, and put more than a dozen peripherals in it.
You know, I saw your article about it. I can't believe it's not cluttered.
And my 45U carbon rack, that's also 40 inches deep, will hold a ton of networking and control systems, the network video recorder.
Holy screwdriver rack, man!
You are now leaving the safe area.
You're getting one of their gorgeous enclosed racks soon.
Oh yeah, the 24U. Bigger than their wall mount carbon racks, but smaller than their tall boy.
Did you see what's happening with carbon on the CyberPower website?
Oh yeah, the promo, 10% off all their racks and rack accessories through the end of September. I put a link up at computertalkradio.com. Computertalkradio.com.
Wish I could get out there myself.
This is an emergency services notification. The scheduled distribution of additional blankets to bedding at 1100 hours has been canceled due to lack of materials. We apologize for the
888. That's 888-637-3888. This is, of course, Computer Talk Radio. And one of the things that really we've been talking about over the course of the last, I don't know, a few weeks, a little bit more, not quite a month, maybe. It is a matter of the world has shifted in regards to new computers. Everything has gone topsy-turvy, and I expect that this is going to be going for just a few more weeks. And part of that has to do with back to school. It has to do with that realization that we are having to arm our youth for being technology-driven.
Mike said you were
in
around.
this COVID world. And yes, there's a lot of different factors in here, and it may be a couple of months. It may be a lot longer. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows exactly how much longer we're going to be dealing with all of this. But what I do want to address is what are some of the options that you might have ahead of you if you are really struggling. You have to get a computer going for whatever reason, for yourself, for your youth, for your spouse, for someone in the family. So let's go down the line. A number of different things are out there. Yes, there is the idea of your laptop. The laptops just are not very available these days. Everybody knows in the laptop world that they can ask whatever they want, and they're going to get it. There is, I talked about this on one of the segments, and that is the option for Chromebook. And Chromebook is there. It's going to be great for youth. It's going to be great for something like that. However, the bang for your buck is just not there. But it's something rather than nothing. So what do I suggest? Well, there are ways for you to install the Chrome operating system or Linux onto an older laptop. If you've got one sitting around, you've got an old laptop, as long as it's running a fairly decent set of hardware, you can utilize Linux to get online. It's going to, depending on what the specs are for your computer, it's going to actually be quite amazing. Linux was built to run on old hardware. It's built as a very sleek operating system. Does it have much power? No. It's going to be like those sporty little cars. They may not have, a V8 in them, but because they have a sizable engine for their little size, they're going to be like little rockets. So they'll go fast. Just don't expect you're going to be, towing a big, huge U-Haul trailer behind you. You're not going to be going off-road. You're not going to be dealing with a whole lot of stuff. But, it's better than nothing. It gets you from point A to point B. So Linux is distinctly an option. Is it different? Oh, yes. Is Chrome operating system different? Yes, it is. But you're a step ahead of the game. You can allow for good internet access, good internet speeds, even though it's not going to run the games, it's not going to run a lot of the custom software. It'll still run the basics that you need out there. So give that a thought. There is the idea of utilizing a tablet, and many people are doing that. If there is an ability to utilize an iPad or one of the Galaxy Tabs
Good to see
instead of a laptop, go down that road. And now, even though you go down that road, I want you to make sure that you get a legitimate keyboard for it. You're going to need a Bluetooth keyboard, and there are a number of different Bluetooth keyboards that are available out there. Make sure you get one that's compatible. Make sure you get one that's going to be reasonably easy to type on. Now, for kids, that are, I'm going to say 4th grade and
Mike
below,
said you were around.
all you need is for them to know the location of the keys. So you can go with some of the sub-sized keyboards. Once you get up to the point of somewhere around 6th grade or so, you're going to want a full-size keyboard, something that is going to stick with them for the rest of their lives as far as the size. Yes, there's 95% size keyboards and even 90%, and most people will do okay. Once you start dropping down into the 75, 80% size keyboards, that's really good for kids, good for the little ones, but not so good for the teenagers. So I strongly suggest that you want them to be able to type. You want them to be able to communicate quickly and without struggling. There are easily different ways that they can get frustrated, and you don't want any youth frustrated beyond already the amazing amount of frustration that we're dealing with. The next item I'm going to suggest is a spin-off of the Linux concept, and that is, yes, we've talked about the Linux already. We've talked about Chrome operating system, but what if you don't have the hardware for doing this? Well, there is something called the Raspberry Pi, and this is going to be the easiest route to go in. This is a way for you to get a computer that's going to run Linux. It's actually a nice price point. If you're running low on cash, if you're somebody who's struggling these days, which I know there are people that are doing that too, and you've got to get a computer. So yes, you can go in, and the Raspberry Pi doesn't run Windows. It runs, again, it's going to run a variation or a number of different variations on Linux. Raspbian is one of them, and
always happy to deal with
and
you.
there's a few others. Look,
I got it.
You can dive into this. The overall kit, getting one of the upgraded versions of the Raspberry Pi. The top of the line extreme version is somewhere around $150. and that gets you quite a bit. Along with that, we're talking about the Raspberry Pi 4, which is the latest and greatest. It's going to have a 1.5 gigahertz quad-core CPU, 8 gigs of
Best
RAM.
stuff in the city.
Got a 128 gig SD card. This is kind of where we're going to think of as your hard drive. So it's got a lot of the different things you're going to need to make sure that this really rocks, to make sure that this is capable of running whatever you're going to need, speed-wise, power-wise, for the basic processing. There's a lot to it. Yes, you'll need to throw a little bit more at it to like monitors and keyboards and stuff like that. But it's a neat little experimentation into computing as well. I'm going to suggest there's a number of different books out there for how to set up your Raspberry Pi, and I suggest you follow that. Now, that's the top of the line Raspberry Pi kit available on Amazon. There are a number of different kits that are available that drop down from there. But I would strongly suggest that. I've been tinkering with Raspberry Pi off and on for quite a while, and I think it's quite valuable. The last item is something that is drying up as well. I'm throwing it out there as kind of an add-on, and that is desktop PCs. Yes, you can get a desktop. You can go through and you can run a lot of different software on. I mean, you can get a full-fledged desktop. Here's the problem you're going to wind up with. These are running kind of expensive. They've already shifted in price. And yes, you're going to get the power for it. You're going to get a lot of bang for your buck. But it's not going to be cheap. The cheap ones are gone. So you might find some, and just be careful, be choosy, and things like that. As for now, this is Benjamin Rockwell. Let's work on making sure everybody in the house has a computer. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio. I'll be back with more in just a moment.
Micro Center, home to all kinds of electronics and computer items, has over 20 locations across the country, and it's also available at microcenter.com. This is Benjamin Rockwell of Computer Talk Radio, and I live just a couple of miles away from my local Micro Center, and I've been shopping there for years. From Apple to Windows, they've got what you need. CPUs, got them, screwdrivers and other tools, yep, cables, televisions, scanners, projectors, cameras, they have it all. Micro Center is a place which fills your electronic needs. What are you looking for? Media centers, monitors, mice, MP3 players, media, modems, motherboards, memory. Those are just the M's. They are regional but spread across our great land from Virginia to California. Each one is service and repair, in-store clinics, and business services too. Microcenter.com is their online store, a place where you can get your regular online ordering needs met. From the hobbyist to the professional, the brand name, or building it yourself, Micro Center is your resource. Check out microcenter.com today. microcenter.com.
There is a topic that comes up on a regular basis, and it's something that really is, I'll say it's timely, even though we're still in the middle of a pandemic.
Hey, Agent, let's have a chat. I'm sure I'll have
during
something
all
for you
of
soon.
what we're
Not
dealing with, we need to think about what is going to happen with technology when we get to the other side of all of this. And this email that I received came in a while back, and I love the wording on this email, so I've actually kept this email, and it's about the government social media scores. China put them into place, and they're slowly rolling them out. Unfortunately, we're starting to see some glimmers of something like this coming here. And look, this is, in a nutshell, it's more than just a social media score. There are certain issues in regards to George Orwell in his book 1984. Big Brother. This is so much here. So anyways, let me read this email. It came from Michael, again, a long time ago. Benjamin, why are you so paranoid? Tinfoil must be a staple in your house, or at least on top of your head. This Chinese issue is simply an extension of where we are already. We already make judgments against each other on Snapchat or Facebook, so why is it so bad that the government does it? All right, this is why. Plain and simple, at the end of the day, strange things will happen to our lives if we succumb to the idea of a social media score. Some of these will be predictable. Some of these, by our standards today, would be downright horrifying. There's a TV show called Black Mirror. It's on Netflix, and there are a number of different episodes that are going to chill you to the bone. Some of them are not appropriate for all of the members of the family, and I say that only because some of the things, they are horror, but in a non-horror film, non-slasher film way. It's things that we don't always feel comfortable discussing. But Season 3, Episode 1 has, it's named Nosedive, where the social media implications of simply navigating through life can be manipulated or lead to a crumbling wall of misery. China has this Sesame score. It's like our own FICO
Best
score.
gear in the city.
FICO,
Check it out.
You know, how
like
good
what
are
you
you
see.
with credit? But this is on a whole different level. And the funding for this entire social media score is coming from Alibaba.com. Are you familiar with Alibaba.com? Let me tell you who they are. They are the Chinese equivalent to Amazon.com. And yes, they do have some reach here into the United States. They have helped fund some of the Star Trek and Mission Impossible movies. They've done a lot of different funding in a number of different directions. But this whole idea of how we can purchase things is far deeper. Okay, yes, it does have credit history. It includes all of your bills and all of your ratings from e-commerce sites. What do I mean by this? If you return too much, let's say you buy 10 things a month and you return a few more than they think you should, your Sesame score starts to go down. Bad reviews. If you give bad reviews, that's a flag. If people give bad reviews about you, that's a flag. Then there's fulfillment capacity, which is simply determining your various spending and payment habits. All right, fine. But then there's identity characteristics, the accuracy of your personal information, but also your home address, your length of residence, your education level, your employment. And if you live on the wrong side of the tracks, if you live somewhere undesirable, your score goes, yeah, you got it. What about your social relationship? Well, they're measuring that. They're monitoring that. They're measuring your influence in your own circle of friends. Now, if you've seen that Black Mirror episode, you know that the idea there speaks to who you have as friends. If you have some very ritzy friends, that'll be good. But if your friends are not so well connected, it'll be bad. So this measures your influence, but your friends' influence, but also your friends' credit scores.
Okay.
Now, I have some friends that would help me, but I also have some friends, well, they're not going to help me. Guilt by association should not include my credit score. I mean, I hang
hope to see you
out
back here soon,
like
okay?
Christ did with some characters that really need a friend.
Take a look at the
About
selection.
behavior and preferences.
I'll catch you around.
So after all
No
of these
hard
different
feelings.
things, they start looking at your online behavior. Your Facebook posts could come back to haunt you. How active are you on Facebook? Not active enough, and your score goes down. But if you make mistakes on Facebook, your score will also go down. What about the websites you visit? The websites you visit. I want you to think about this. The Sesame score lists those. What do you buy? Where do you shop? What consumer segment are you a part of? Now, let's get this straight. My entire life, Your entire life would be examined to determine your credit score, your interest rate, and what your rest of your life is going to be like. Now imagine you throw in the existence of trolls, the people in our lives who simply want to see the world burn and they don't care who gets
maybe
hurt.
I'll see you again.
I know 2 people in my family that would qualify for this.
I can help you know.
They just want to see the world burn. They don't care. But
Your attention,
what's
please.
even
A group of
scarier
carolers
is
will
all of
convene at
this.
1500 hours
What I
in
have
the
just
main hall.
described
All are welcome
is,
to attend.
yes, it's from that dystopian Black Mirror episode, but it's already being rolled out in China, and all of the citizens are going to be required to do this. This is scary. They're going to be connecting each of the dots in our lives to determine the future of where we arrive at. Literally planned. Better scores means better matches on dating sites. Better scores means discounts on bills. Better scores means skipping line queues at the airport because you're a good citizen. But then bad scores mean exactly the opposite. And you'll be reduced from better seats in the airplane.
Your attention, please. For your protection, we will be continuing decontamination procedures for the foreseeable future. Again, this is for your protection.
Scary. And I think it's going to be here before we know it. And I don't like that. And that's why I talk about it here on Computer Talk Radio. I'll be back in just a moment.
Hey guys, this is Benny Rockwell. Most of us use video cameras nowadays, but what about those old movie films in the back of your closet? Well, let me tell you about Legacy Digital Productions. They specialize in taking your old memories on film, videotaping slides, and digitizing them into DVDs. Imagine Grandpa's old 8mm and 16mm films that are just sitting in a
Your
box.
attention, please. The dental clinic will be open at 0800 hours starting Monday. Please register with Dr. Ellis for appointment.
And they produce beautiful DVDs of your precious memories on long-lasting, archive-quality discs. They don't use a projector, and your films can't be damaged in the process. The best available for families like yours. The final results are gorgeous. What better way to preserve those precious memories for future generations? Call right now, mention my name, Benny Rockwell, and receive a 30% discount on your order. Call toll-free 1-866-2-LEGACY. That's 1-866-2-LEGACY. 1-866-253-4229. And tell them Benny sent you. Your memories are priceless, so call 866-2-LEGACY now.
JTF Command would like to thank you for your patience during this difficult time. Your cooperation is appreciated. Thank you.
This is Benjamin Rockwell, and now is when we get down to business. This is where I talk about some of the different things that go on within the world of the IT professional. One of the things that comes up on a regular basis is, hey, how do you guys know all this? How do you guys do this or that? And I'll get to this. And one of the big ones is, how do you monitor hundreds and hundreds of servers? Now, what I'm going to be talking about is Remote Monitoring and Management Tools, or RMM. And there are a number of different packages that are out there. They compete against each other, and they're all competing to see who can spy on the servers and desktops better than the other ones. Now, I've used a number of these over the years. I'm going to name off just a few different names. One of them is Pulseway. Another one is SolarWinds. There's Ninja RMM. And then there's Paisler PRTG. And I'm not sure I'm pronouncing Paisler right, but there you go. And you may have heard of GoToMyPC or GoToMeeting. And, a number of these different companies have a number of different ways that they reach into computers and manage
Your attention,
them.
please.
And
Children's Story Hour will begin at 1100 hours next to the Christmas tree.
AnyDesk and ConnectWise and Komodo One and Continuum. Look, there's a ton of them out there. So what they're doing is they are latching into the computer.
Your
But
attention,
they're latching
please.
into
For
some
your
of the
protection,
different
we will be
things that are
continuing
built into
decontamination
Windows,
procedures for the
and
foreseeable
also into
future.
the Mac
Again,
operating
this is
system
for your
and
protection.
into the different other devices that you might connect to the network. For instance, you connect up an Android phone, You connect up your iPhone or your iPad or whatever it is that you connect up to the business network. And the business network can actually detect it, and it can find out a number of things about it. Depending on which operating system, what type of device it is, it can get actually down to a lot of the nitty-gritty. For instance, one of the things that I used to use, I used a company called Spiceworks. And don't worry about the different software packages. There's a ton of them out there. But this Spiceworks package happened to do just an amazing amount of inventory of the hardware and the software. To an extent, it could look up, if we connected up the right computer to the network, a Windows computer, it could find out what the brand name was. Great. What the hardware was. Great. It could find out the system ID, look up the system ID on, I'm going to give an example. It could look up and find out that it was a Dell. It could find out that the Dell was purchased a matter of 2.5 years ago, and its warranty expiration is in 6 months, and it also has this software package, this software package, this software package, and this software package. It has these different Windows updates on it. It's missing these other ones. There's an incompatibility between this and that. It can also monitor, when was the last time the computer was turned off? When was it turned on? Who's logging into the system? What kind of rights do they have to the system? And it continues on and on and on. I'm only scratching the surface of some of the things that it could do. Now, different packages work out differently. Different packages are better geared for monitoring an entire network. SolarWinds is really good at that. It monitors the network, and it's following along with a lot of the routers and a lot of the different switches. It's following along a lot of the paths that go throughout the network. It tracks all of the servers and desktops too.
That's gear for the streets right here.
Is to find out what is disrupting the network, what is creating a problem for you and or your network team out there, and it is really going to a brand new level of finding out what's there. Each of these has their own different strengths and weaknesses. So another program that I used for a while was it was Pulseway, and Pulseway was neat in that it could monitor
now leaving the safe area.
Systems. You would load in a little program onto the operating system, just a little service, and it would alert you remotely. That was how they got through the firewall. They loaded on this software package, which would then send out something to the internet and say, hey, I'm rebooting the system right now. Oh, you want me to reboot it again via remote? Oh, you want me to lock the screen? You want me to do this, that, or the other thing? So I used that a lot when I worked for a particular company a while back. And that was how I managed to do reboots of the hardware during the middle of the night. Because I wasn't going to drive in. I could program them. I could say, hey, you're going to reboot tonight at 3 o'clock in the morning. And that's perfectly fine. But it was nice to be able to do a number of the different functions via remote from anywhere I was. I could do it on vacation. Except I'd be working on vacation. That's one of the downsides. And I'll talk about that in a future show. One of the downsides of being in IT is you are technically on call 24/8, 25/8, whatever it is. You're on call all the time. Even if you're in a group that's covered by a lot of people, you usually have some kind of well, that's another story for another day. We'll get into that. But the RMM software, that remote monitoring and management tool, yeah, that's something that's all over the place. And they can check so many different things. It's got so much power. But I hope you learned a little bit of something here today. This is Benjamin Rockwell. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio. I'll be back with more in just a moment.
It's not yours.
Years ago, I found a web hosting company that fit my needs as a computer nerd, as a radio show host, and, well, a normal person. Recently, though, it became clear to me that it was time to upgrade. I had a choice between my old plan and the new one at 7 times the cost? It was that awkward point where I could choose between a sip of water or being dunked in a pool. I searched around, comparing the many options for someone like me. After looking for 3 weeks, there it was, SiteGround. In proper fashion, I tested their customer service, their knowledge, and their care, their willingness to do things the right way. The SiteGround salesman made sure that I didn't overbuy and get a 50-gallon bucket when all I needed was a 1-gallon bucket. The folks at SiteGround know WordPress, Joomla, and more. SiteGround.com. S-I-T-E ground.com for your web hosting needs. SiteGround. We're in a COVID world, and so many of us are staying cooped up at home. I don't want you to do that. I really don't want you to stay at home. And there are things out there that we can do. I will tell you, this goes back. Yes, I'm telling you to get away from technology. Hey, I know it's strange. People call me on this all the time. And the show is Computer Talk Radio. You're supposed to be talking about computers and technology. And technology. Yes, and technology. All right. So I get in these conversations, and then they say, but Benjamin, you spend a bit of time here and there, scattered around, telling us about things that aren't technology and encouraging us to leave technology. And no, I don't want you to terminate it completely. I'm not suggesting that we all become Amish, we all become Mennonites, we all become Luddites. None of that. But I do recognize that there is a balance. I went to a local river, and I went out on a canoe on a weekend just very recently. I had a wonderful time. It was a small group of us, all healthy. All of us had been sequestered and away from everybody, and it was something that we had planned, and we said, you only show up if you're healthy, if you've been, and we understood it, and it was just a few of us, and we went out, and we went canoeing. And I will tell you that the drive there was wonderful, scintillating conversation with just a couple of people. And we showed up, and we went out, and we hopped on the river, and canoed down the river. And you don't take your smartphone on the river. I don't know if you're aware of that. I guess you could. You could put it in. I saw people, they had them in very nice, high-end, very thick plastic bags that are designed for technology, and I've reviewed some of these in the past. They're wonderful tools to have. But more importantly, I forgot about technology. For most of the day, I didn't rely on technology. I didn't go anywhere near it. I didn't really feel drawn to it. It was only a matter of a few days later when I saw somebody online that posted this nice little, just amazing thing. Do more things that make you forget to check your smartphone. I think we all need to do that. In this current situation we're all in, it's all too easy for us to reach on over and pick up the smartphone, to pick up our tablet, to pick up and connect to technology. For us to, it's all too easy for us to connect to the computer or to Netflix or whatever else. And instead, we should be seeking other ways to escape. If nothing else, go to the bookshelf, pick up a book, a real paper book. But that's just me. That's my suggestion. And who am I but a computer nerd? Yes, that's right. Benjamin Rockwell of Computer Talk Radio. We'll catch you next week.
Get this over with! Let me tell you about the Radio Factory, an exciting new venue for talk radio. It's the internet, the wave of the present. My name is Benjamin Rockwell, and I'm the host of the syndicated radio program Computer Talk Radio, so I know the internet is here and now. Many of the hosts at TheRadioFactory.com have their own podcasts or radio shows across the country, but many people like the comfort of listening to their own special radio show at a specific time and day, much like we watch live television. The internet, as you're probably aware, is a powerful tool that allows the Radio Factory to deliver unique programming with far more variety than the windbags who are simply about contriving up viewpoints to get you riled up. Additionally, you'll find that many of the programs are shorter, giving more information in less time. Stick with TheRadioFactory.com and see how it evolves to keep you entertained, interested, informed, and above all, intelligent. After all, the Radio Factory motto is building your intelligence one talk show at a time. TheRadioFactory.com.
He wears a pocket protector as a fashion accessory, but he is a nerd, helping you gain the upper hand with your computer. Here is Benjamin Rockwell with Computer Talk Radio.
The website, ComputerTalkRadio.com, ComputerTalkRadio.com. The phone number, 888-NERD, 888, that's 888-6373. 888. I'm a computer nerd. We do a lot of focus. All of us are nerds. Although, Keith prefers the term geek, but that's another story for, I don't know, whenever the next time he tells it. We've got a lot coming up on this week's show. As we always do, we try to pack in a lot in the span of 2 radio hours. In some areas, you might only get an hour. That's okay. Go online to the website, ComputerTalkRadio.com. Download the podcast. Hook up with the podcast. It's great. There's a lot of different additional information you may not be getting. Let me cover what is going on this week. In second hour, Steve Kesky's going to be talking about subtractive printing. That's 3D etching and cutting and forming tools. I'm going to be covering the technology impacts on youth. I'm going to reflect on my first personal computer purchase. And there's a bunch more. I'm closing out this week. I've got a question from Adam in regards to Chromebooks, and I've got another listener question along the way. Keith and I are going to be talking later on this hour in regards to Epic Games, Fortnite, the whole Apple fight, and I'm going to come up next in regards to Elon Musk's plans for Mars colonization. But first, let's dive into the news. And into the news this week, we have a number of different things. A lot of Facebook stuff, but I want to dive in first on something that was kind of interesting. If you have seen the Marvel movie Black Panther, this is a superhero movie, if you're not aware of it. There's a man by the name of Chadwick Boseman who plays the King of Wakanda, in the name T'Challa. Anyways, one of the interesting things is there was a tweet in regards to his passing. He passed from colon cancer. He had, at the age of 43, he had a 4-year battle with this. So he's been in a few other Marvel movies. He's been in a few other movies altogether. And his death spawned a tweet from his family, and it rapidly became the most liked tweet ever. Wow. It gives you an idea of the impact that his character, his acting has had on people. Less impressive, or rather more sickening, was the many people who took to the internet within a day or so to wonder who had played Black Panther now. New York to its knees. And I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to be concerned about the lack of decorum on the internet. We've been aware of this, but it's starting to get really to a creepy level. And technology is getting to a creepy level in a number of different directions. Even though Elon Musk does want to take us to Mars, he also has this idea called Neuralink. And with this, he wants to be able to interact with our brains, both reading information and implanting information. And I did discuss this on last week's news, and I didn't have the information at the time because his precedent was the day after we reported the news. And this was kind of scary. Now, I'm concerned he's actually been listening to too much Pink Floyd. Why? Because he demonstrated this dystopic brain implant placed into a pig before he brainwashes, I mean puts brain implants into people. He really seems excited for this. Quote, it's like a Fitbit in your skull with tiny wires. No. Brain connectivity has been this quest. It's been underway, this quest, for ages, but it doesn't make this any less creepy. To quote Pink Floyd, we don't need no fault control. Yeah. Facebook had a lot of different things this last week in the news. I narrowed it down to a few of them. One of them, Facebook Messenger. They want to curb misinformation by limiting your ability to forward to only 5 contacts at a time. Now, Messenger is different than Facebook itself. If you're not familiar with it,
retrieving encrypted message.
After I got activated, I got intel that a few of the first wave division agents had been working together.
And this, I struggle with this because one of the nice things about social media was sharing some items with larger groups of your friends. It's not exactly social media if you cannot be social. And so
you are now entering
what
the
they're trying
safe
to
area.
do, I mean, they say they want to prevent viral misinformation. So now they're limiting forwarding messages to 5 people at a time. So much for you spreading election-related information using
You're
Facebook
gonna like what you see.
as your soapbox. And as part of what they're doing lately is they're trying to decide whether or not where they sit in this whole publisher world, if they're publishing or they're a portal for people or whatever else. So they've done a new notice on Facebook. They're telling people that they can remove or block content if they want
can't give you
to,
back to that.
if Facebook wants to avoid regulatory risk. That's the term they're using. Now, you may have seen this, and it's not a crazy censorship thing, and yet it is too. It's simply stating that they're really changing their rules again. They will. It's going to allow them to remove or block content based on another set of rules, and this hasn't really stopped them in the past. I think maybe they think that it's going to protect them from future lawsuits or something like that. I don't know. All I know is this is just an ongoing effort. Facebook is also going to be blocking new political ads 1 week before November 3rd, Election Day. And that's to allow for more rules, more tools and rules for fair elections. That's their quote. Of course, Mark Zuckerberg announced he gave $300 million to, they claim to be a nonpartisan organization. I looked them up, and they are left-wing, according to a website which actually gears up, and they say, okay, this particular group is far right, far left, the center, whatever, and they do a very good job because it's all crowdsourced information. Here's the thing. Facebook announced that they are going to add tools and rules of their own design, of course, to ensure fair elections. I'm going to admit, I don't have a dog in this fight, in this particular fight. Why? Because I'm not voting for either of the old guys. I really think this stinks of manipulation that should never happen. This is my part of the fight. I don't believe anybody should be manipulated. I don't think anybody should be dialed back or controlled or censored or anything like that. We will find out who they are by what we see online. We will find out by what they say.
You want it, I got it.
And if you squelch them, we won't have any idea what they said. Walmart. Walmart is taking on Amazon Prime. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to jump into this Walmart Plus service. I mean, it does offer same-day delivery. Amazon, 2 days, 3 days, weeks. And it actually looks like they're going to provide access to fresh food.
Is the best customer.
Which, okay, Amazon's not doing so well at. The whole idea of Walmart, 4,700 stores, and actually we can call them now mini distribution centers. That's pretty cool. The $100, another $100 a year that we're going to spend in a subscription. Okay, they've got a $13 a month option. I don't know. I go back and forth on this, and we'll find out. It's still, I think it's valiant of Walmart to take them on, especially since, this is going to provide a new source for Walmart to solidify their place in the world. Another article has come out. It's posted online under our news items. Go to computertalkradio.com. Amazon spies on their staff. It fires them by text for not hitting secretive targets. Workers feel forced to work through pain and injury. Okay, look, this is another tell-all inside look at Amazon that tells us the numbers game inside is sneaky. Unknown targets that can get you punished or fired for not performing well are also incentive for workers to perform better. So, I mean, this is how Amazon leverages every penny out of every movement of every product to make more profit. If you don't like Amazon, frankly, it'll make you hate them more. This is Benjamin Rockwell. Let's talk about Mars next here on Computer Talk Radio.
Let's talk about on and off.
You mean like light switches?
Yeah, the original user interface device.
And you were there, right?
Hey, I'm not that old.
Yeah, you are. So on and off.
Yeah, only with no humans doing it, like...
But you and I both have our computers on CyberPower UPS systems.
Yeah, so we have power, but there's another on and off.
Oh, right. Online and offline.
You got it, meaning another UPS at the cable modem and VoIP phone and Wi-Fi router.
And even a low-cost standby UPS can handle those. Better, of course, if it has AVR.
Right, so it doesn't have to hit the battery just because the line voltage drops.
Maybe it's a good time to mention the promo that saves $10 to $15. Details are at the CyberPower website.
And maybe you could put it on your website?
Oh, that's already done at computertalkradio.com.
You know, on and off, you take really good care of your listeners.
The website, Computer Talk Radio. And you know what? Actually, it's Labor Day weekend. I'm going to give you out the phone number for Computer Talk Radio, which, of course, is the website, computertalkradio.com. I mean, it's just nice and easy. But the phone number, 888-NERD, 888, that's 888-637-3888. Reach out to me with your computer questions, your technology questions. I'm here for you. Again, Labor Day weekend, so I thought it would just get a little bit lighter. Not so much lighter, but I wanted to kind of go down one of the particular roads that's more, I don't know, it's nerdy, it's not so much techie. And that is that Elon Musk is starting to detail out a lot of his plans for moving to Mars. When I say moving to Mars, we're talking a big, huge venture. Something a lot bigger than you might imagine. His plan is to send 1 million people to Mars by 2050. His plan is to build a fleet of 1,000 Starship rockets over the course of 10 years and get up to the point where he's sending 3 flights to Mars every day.
Warning. Now exiting the safe area.
Which means it's going to take, about 10 years to transport 1 million people. Why do I say 10? Because there are going to be times when weather's going to get in the way.
Retrieving encrypted message.
After I got activated, I got intel that a few of the first wave division agents had been working together in Lower Manhattan, but no one's heard from any of them for a while. They are some of the few we have actual IDs for. We need to track them down and see if they're still alive. And if they're not, we owe it to them to find out why. I'm uploading their last known location.
And now, in my book, you may be familiar with this book. It's something that's used in a lot of churches around the world. It's called the Bible. We all came from two people, Adam and Eve. Now, the genetic difference between Adam and Eve and some of the blessings that have come from God have been that they were so different that we managed to survive off of two people, off of two genetic sources. But today, we need enough diversity within genetic information so we don't have problems. How much genetic information do we need? Well, it takes a lot of people for that. But we also, this is for permanency, of course, but we also want to make sure that we have all of the different items covered in case of, well, disease. That could be an issue. In case of calamity here or there. So that could be another problem. So the big, huge number that has always been floated around for how many people do we need to actually and not really repopulate, but to populate a new planet, new location to full self-sufficiency, it's figured out as 1 million. That is the number that needs to be put forward to be absolutely solid. Now, this is kind of an amazing adventure, and yes, along the way, we're not going to get all of the people, all of those rockets to Mars. This is something that I'm going to put this out here as delicately as I can. We've had some instances throughout our ventures into space. Space, it may be the final frontier, but it's also a very hostile frontier. We're not talking about, someplace where, okay, we're running low on water, so let's look around for a stream. Oh, we're running low on food, let's look for a place to hunt. All right, that's just something that's not going to be around. Lewis and Clark had some flexibility. They could live off the land. I'm just choosing a couple of travelers. We could go with Columbus. They throw the hooks and the lines overboard and they catch fish. And although fish all the time is probably going to be a boring diet. That's another story for another day. Not really. Actually, no, it's not going to be another story because I don't know. I even said that. But you get the idea. So I'm looking at Mars and I'm going, we've got a lot of space, a lot of empty space between here and there. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong on Mars. Is this something that I would personally volunteer for? And the answer is yes. The answer is there are going to be a lot of people that are going to look to follow along with this. Just as many people, after Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. Yes, I mixed it up a little bit, but you get the idea. After that, there were many other people who ventured across the Atlantic to find out what this new country was all about, what this new land was all about before it was actually a country, but you get the idea. And we're going to have a lot of people who are going to venture forward. They're going to say, yes, I'm willing to put myself out there. I want to prepare you now. There are going to be people that are, it's going to be a one-way trip for them, and it's not going to last very long. That's okay. Because all of this is building upon the future for generations to come. This is actually very exciting. Now, Elon Musk has talked about creating a sustainable city, but I think it would be best if he worked on sustainable cities. Connected locations, many connected locations across a wide swath of Mars. We have a nice atmosphere that protects us from radiation, solar flares, and little asteroids the size of, I don't know, we'll start talking about refrigerators or school buses, stuff like that. Mars doesn't have as much of an atmosphere. Mars is going to create all kinds of different issues ahead of us, too. This is not, this whole idea of colonizing Mars is going to be a wild venture. We're going to have to develop our own atmosphere, our own oxygen and nitrogen and things like that. We're also going to have to grow food in space. Now, we've been growing food in space for a little while, not long. In August 2015, the astronauts on the ISS actually ate the first vegetables that were grown in space. And now they do have a space garden with light and water levels controlled and things like that. And there are going to be other things that we're going to have to do out there.
Active echo beacon detected.
This is a situation where we need to have these spacecraft, these starships, as Elon Musk refers to, they have to be self-sustaining. They have to allow for some level of
fuck you
food
guys. We're just looking out for ourselves.
On the entire thing, they're going to have to find ways to develop oxygen.
We're operating under Directive 51 and are fully authorized to put a bullet in your head if we feel the need. Go back to your homes. You don't want to be people we're forced to fire on.
Tens of miles. I forget
Thank
the
you.
exact
Thank you
distances,
so much.
But it's
I
going to
thought
be,
I
of
was
course,
dead.
it varies. The ideal time is only once every 2 years or
I'm gonna
so.
go do a little recon down
But
that
he's
way.
looking at sending out a lot more ships very quickly. So this is going to be a very interesting venture for Elon Musk. There's a lot to come, and I'm looking forward to hearing more. I'm wondering what you think about it. I'm wondering, would you go? Would you like to be one of the people who puts their mark on history by being one of the first 10,000 people on Mars, one of the first 50,000 people on Mars? There's a lot to it. Keith M. Cedar joins me next. We're going to give you an update on Epic Games and their battle.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, here
I
on
thought I was
Computer
dead.
Talk.
I'm gonna go do a little recon down that way. Hey, fuck you guys. We're just looking out for ourselves.
We're operating under Directive 51 and are fully authorized to put a bullet in your head if we feel the need. Go back to your homes. You don't want to be people we're forced to fire on.
Reports of some of those escaped prisoners from Rikers. Let's go over there and intercept.
I've been shopping there for years. From Apple to Windows, they've got what you need. CPUs, got them. Screwdrivers and other tools, yep. Cables, televisions, scanners, projectors, cameras. They have it all. Micro Center is a place which fills your electronic needs. What are you looking for? Media centers, monitors, mice, MP3 players, media, modems, motherboards, memory. Those are just M's. They aren't regional, but spread across our great land from Virginia to California. Each one has service and repair, in-store clinics, and business services too. Microcenter.com is their online store, a place where you can get your regular online ordering needs met. From the hobbyist to the professional, the brand name, or building it yourself, Microcenter is your resource. Check out Microcenter.com today. Microcenter.com.
Just what I need.
888-637-3888. Keith M. Cedar joins me now. Now for the last month, we've been going through and he's been expressing some displeasure about us. And in the meantime, something major happened. This entire Epic fight with Epic Games and Apple. And then it went to the courts, and then we even have new part of this right now. So real quick, let's start off. I'll sum it up. Epic Games, they said, we're just sick of this whole Apple taking 30%. So what they did was they wrote it in a way to get around Apple's taking 30%. And then Apple said, no, you can't do that. Apple pulled them and also just axed everything in regards to Epic Games, including something called the Unreal Engine and a bunch of other things. The courts came along and said, no, you can only deal with the iOS developer and the Mac developer portion of it.
Yeah, which is Epic Games. So there's Epic Games, which is the game developer and the company that releases the games to the public in both the App Store, which is for iOS, and the Mac App Store. And the other division, which is Epic International, which is who puts out the Unreal game engine, which developers use to develop games.
Well, and beyond that, actually,
Apple will take it all down, and the judge ruled that they can't. They can only deal with Epic Games. But
well, hold on, because I do want to close out that one thing. That was a major statement too, because the Unreal Engine is used in more than just gaming. That's used in movies and television production. That's a lot of the special effects that we're seeing today are developed utilizing Unreal Games, or Unreal Engine rather.
A quote by the judge said that Apple's attempt to shut down Epic International with the Unreal Engine was an overreach.
Yeah.
That was the word was overreach. That was key. But they were successful in getting Epic Games completely
all units.
Like surgically
Sarah's getting some reports of a possible mutation in the parking garage on 29th and 2nd.
So you can't
need to investigate.
buy from your iPhone or iPad on the App Store, and you can't buy from your Mac on the Mac App Store. And it's not just Fortnite. There are big titles here, like Samurai Jack. You've got
Civilization.
You've got Civilization. You've got Star Wars Squadrons. You've got Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2,
and a bunch of others.
So there are a cavalcade of well-known games and titles that are no longer available to Apple device users as a result of the entire developer account being pulled for Epic Games.
Yeah. So this is going to be.
Warning. Readings indicate this area is contaminated.
I think long drawn out
alert
fight.
Contamination scan
other
initiated.
People are diving in on this. Of course, Google, they got involved. Microsoft got involved, taking the side of Epic.
Now, I have to say, Benjamin, you know me. I am not somebody who thinks that giant corporations should be lording it over smaller companies. But at the same time, Apple innovated this store infrastructure within iOS and then later within macOS. And the whole purpose of Apple taking 30% is not like, oh, you want to be in our store? We're going to take 30%, ha ha ha, with some mustache twirling villainy. It's like, hey, we're going to build this infrastructure. We're going to maintain these servers. We're going to have this platform. We're going to have this
contamination scan initiated.
People will use, hang on, let me finish. People will use their Apple ID to log in, and we'll handle the payment processing. We will do all this, and we will only take 30%.
Yeah, but
we're going to do the lion's share of
all right. But at the same time,
of what you make.
At the same time, some can argue that that's quite a hefty percentage when you consider that the GameStops and the other retailers out there, their portion of the pie when selling a video game is truly pennies on the dollar. We're talking, if they're lucky, they get 5-8%.
Brick and mortar is so 20th century. That's why Blockbuster's closed down and Netflix is a juggernaut.
Yeah, but you know what? It doesn't give excuse for 30% to a $2 trillion company. Now, at the same time,
how do you think they became a $2 trillion?
By gouging everybody. No, and I got that. But hold on. All right, but hold on. At the same time, we should point out that Epic Games isn't exactly a small developer either. Epic Games is doing this not based off of money, but based off of what they feel, or what their CEO feels, is kind of a principled issue, a matter of...
Here's the thing. It was a matter of a dog-eat-dog kind of contest where Epic decided they didn't want to be the number 2 dog in this fight anymore. And so they basically said, we're going to go up against Apple. We're going to challenge the terms of service that we already agreed to. And they came up on the short end of the stick legally. And the reality of it is that they thought they were going to come out championing themselves as this underdog, this massively underpaid underdog. And Apple basically said, you know what?
Warning,
we're going to step on
you are now entering a contaminated area.
Because at the end of the day, there are many more developers from around the world. And the App Store and the Mac App Store will continue to thrive in your absence.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Play by our rules. That's it.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. But I think this is something that's been typical of Apple. A matter of sticking through and again doing a lot of overreaches like they did. With the Unreal Engine. But, there's so much. We could go on for hours on this. As for now, this is Benjamin Rockwell.
I'm Keith M. Cedor.
And you're listening to Computer Talk Radio. Marty Winston joins me next.
Yes, he does.
Contamination scan initiated.
Most of us use digital cameras nowadays. What do we do with those old pictures and slides in the back of the closet? Well, let me tell you about Legacy Digital Productions. They specialize in taking your old memories on film, videotape, and slides and digitizing them to DVDs. If you have boxes of old slides, then you know they fade more and more each year. Let Legacy Digital scan them for you and stop the aging process dead in its tracks. You'll get beautiful 10-megapixel digital files, color-corrected and ready for printing. All this is done faster and cheaper than buying a film scanner and doing it yourself. Your files are then burned onto gold archival DVD discs where they will last for generations. Call right now, mention my name, Benjamin Rockwell, and receive a 30% discount on your order. Call toll-free 1-866-2-LEGACY. That's 1-866-2-LEGACY. And tell them Benjamin sent you. Your memories are priceless, so call 866-2-LEGACY now.
The phone number 888-NERD 888. That's 888-6373-888. Marty Winston joins me now. And Marty, last week you had mentioned that you are putting something in regards to UV lights into your plumbing. You made some reference to this, and I cannot resist the pun I'm going to do. Marty, what are you doing?
Ow!
Sorry.
Medic!
I knew it was so bad I had to warn you.
This particular thing is from American Ultraviolet. It's AQ10. Mm-hmm. It has 1-inch junctions to let your water system flow through it. And
contamination
in its
scan
housing,
initiated.
It has a long UVC lamp.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That intensity lamp in the water path, which has a known flow rate, means that microorganisms that swim in won't swim out.
Alert.
Okay.
Contamination scan
Is that a nice way of
initiated.
saying fatality? Better them than me, you know?
Yeah,
we have water. We have well water here. And there's no telling what's down there. Not that city water's any better. Hello, Flint.
In many other cities across the country, but yeah.
Yeah, you ought to see what's in the sewers in Aiken, South Carolina. No,
I don't want to. Oh, man.
No, it looks like a really thick dinosaur egg shell in there. Time to replace those things. But that's just one of the, the water system coming in here when we got here had only a calcite tank and a sediment trap.
Okay.
Calcite tank is a powdery kind of thing that the water goes through, kind of like when rainwater goes back down to the water table through the sand. There's a lot of filtration there.
Okay, all right.
But it's also an acid neutralizer. We have acid and we have sand, we have iron in the well water. So the calcite tank, which I'm going to have to replace, takes care of the acidity and does a little bit of
Contamination
the sediment.
scan
The sediment
initiated.
trap, which is twice as long as normal, takes care of one class of iron and the sediment in there. The AQ10, this UVC lamp, is going to take care of any microorganisms in the water. We don't have a salt pellet kind of softener. We need that sodium. We have 3 ways of treating the water. 2 of them are electromagnetic, a scale blaster and a scale watcher, both of which have an audio band sweep signal inductively coupled into the pipe. One of them goes whoop, 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 and the other one goes
Okay. That sounded like, what's his name from the Three Stooges?
Yeah, a little bit like that. And sometimes I feel like,
My people will get that data into the right
I don't
hands.
have to pay for these things. The thing that I got in there that is really impressive, though, and by measurement, it does more than those 2 electromagnetic things, is just magnets. It's from Magnation. It's the Water Tamer Model R, whole house residential system.
Okay.
Now, I have one of the electromagnetic things on the pipe coming from the well. I have one on the pipe exiting hot water, and the Water Tamer R is on the pipe exiting the pressure tank, the bladder tank. What's it? Anyway, my pipes are clean. The water is delicious. I'm having a great time. And as soon as this UVC unit comes in, good luck, germs.
So you've got a number of different ways. I've never really thought about all of the. Okay, I've been drinking tap water since I was a kid because my parents, grandparents never really wanted to invest in bottled water for the kids. So yeah, I grew used to tap water. I've never really thought about all of the different ways that one can treat water.
Yeah, and we're not purifying. We're not taking a lot of stuff out of it with this electromagnetic, this physical conditioning. Calcium stays in the water. It just won't cling to the pipes. Magnesium stays in the water. And calcium, you got teeth, you got bones, you probably want it. You're watering plants. They can use it. There's no reason to waste it. And you certainly don't want to give your plants a lot of salt. It's not that good for you either. So I'm happy not to deal with those 40-pound nugget bags coming down to a big bucket every time. That's definitely not here and not coming. I've got this stuff in, and even if the power fails, the one test unit is just magnets. It can't stop.
That's an interesting one because now that is something that it's a one-time purchase because the magnets aren't going to wear out until our sun goes supernova and
neodymium magnets, and I think the price on it is $200, give or take. So,
and it's kind of interesting too. Now you've measured this, so this is legit. So much throughout my life, I've been told that a lot of these magnet items are
bogus.
Yeah, I was looking for a kinder word, but yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I know, and Believe me, that's the first thing I talk to these people about. How is this not the Carney? How is this not Sideshow? So I looked at photomicrography. I did a deep dive into the physics. I know how it works. It's not important. I just know that it works. Yeah, it's for real.
It's really good. This is something, I want to follow up with you later on down the line, a year or so from now. Let's hit on this topic again, because I want to see the long term on this one. This is Benjamin Rockwell. That's Marty Winston. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio. I'll be back with more in just a moment. Years ago, I found a web hosting company that fit my needs as a computer nerd, as a radio show host, and just a normal person. Recently, though, it was clear to me that it was time to upgrade. But I had a choice between my old plan and the new one at 7 times the cost. It was that awkward point where I could choose between a sip of water or being dunked in a pool. I searched around, comparing the many options for someone like me. After searching around for 3 weeks, there it was, SiteGround. In proper fashion, I tested their customer service, their knowledge, and their willingness to do things the right way. The SiteGround salesman made sure that I didn't overbuy and get a 50-gallon bucket when a 32-ounce of soda would do. These guys know WordPress, Joomla, and regular standard websites. These guys at SiteGround are awesome. SiteGround.com. Site, S-I-T-E, ground.com. Stefan reached out to me, and his message to me: Benjamin, you play clean cut, but did you ever do black hat or gray hat hacking? What did you do? So I'm going to struggle a little bit on this. But you know what? As they say, the truth will set you free. And I'm going to note that there have been times where I was less than truly white hat hacking. There's the 3 different terms: white hat, gray hat, black hat. The black hat is the villain, the white hat is the good guy, the gray hat is the guy just standing around the general populace. But at the same time, when we're talking about hackers, the gray hat is going to be someone who is, well, he's not intending to do that. He's not going to benefit off it, but he's going to do some things that they're borderline. Some people would say it's perfectly fine. Some people would say no. In reality, looking back, no. I did dabble in something called war dialers. This is back years ago, and I was looking for different computer systems that I could log into, and I found some very interesting, fun computer systems in my local area, because my local dialing area had many numbers. And I exchanged this information with other folks who were also very interested. We stumbled across a couple of different interesting items. There was a support chat board that was up all the time, and if you logged into it, you dialed into it, after hours, nobody was there. And one day we actually we wound up there, and one of the support people was still there. He's like, "What are you guys doing here?" Like, "Well, we're just chatting." He said, "All right, it's fine. You guys can have some fun." And that was actually kind of neat. We were gray hat hacking. We stumbled into somebody else's system, but they said, "You know what? You're not hurting our company. You're not hurting our business. Have fun." So, yeah, there are other things I've done along the way. I have under white hat, I have changed people's passwords utilizing tools that would be used by a gray hat or black hat hacker. One of my favorite pastimes is if I really want to get tactile, I will go and I will do lock picking. I enjoy lock picking. Is there anything wrong with that? No, unless I'm lockpicking my neighbor's place or the bank vault or something like that. there's a lot of different areas where we can get practice and we can poke around. My best suggestion for you is to just make sure you're doing the right thing. For a number of years, when I say a number of years, a couple of decades now, I've been squeaky clean. Yeah, we all have something in our background that we're not particularly proud of, and I think part of what we need to be doing is looking to move away from that. This is Benjamin Rockwell. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio.
Let me tell you about The Radio Factory, an exciting new venue for talking. It's the internet, the wave of the present. My name is Benjamin Rockwell, and I'm the host of the syndicated radio program Computer Talk Radio, so I know the internet is here and now. Many of the hosts at TheRadioFactory.com have their own podcasts or radio shows across the country, but many people like the comfort of listening to their own special radio show.
Readings indicate an echo nearby.
Much like you watch live television. The internet, as you're probably aware, is a powerful tool that allows the Radio Factory to deliver unique programming with far more variety than the windbags who are simply about contriving up viewpoints to get you riled up. Additionally, you'll find that many of the programs are shorter, giving more information in less time. Stick with TheRadioFactory.com and see how it evolves to keep you entertained, interested, informed, and above all, intelligent. After all, the Radio Factory motto is building your intelligence one talk show at a time. TheRadioFactory.com.
Don't think I'm gonna make it. He makes computers seem easy, but that pocket protector says otherwise. Keeping your technology running smoothly, here's Benjamin Rockwell with Computer Talk Radio.
Computer Talk Radio. We're getting killed over here. Computer Talk on my way. Anywhere across the country, anywhere you might be driving down the road, you might be just listening to us online, wherever it is, reach out to us. ComputerTalkRadio.com. The phone number 888-NERD 888. Steve Keski joins me now, and this is where we look at a number of different things. We get all over the place. What do you have for us this week, Steve?
Yeah. Well, I was sitting here contemplating all of the lasers that I have around.
Yeah.
My DVD players. On my computer, I got a DVD player, and I have one in the living room.
Clean.
And I have
I didn't even have the decency to put a bullet in my head. Said it was a waste of ammo.
I happened to notice
I'll make them pay for this.
There's now
They're all gonna die.
Laser print.
They're headed north towards 41st.
Go on.
And talking about some kind of safe house.
It's got a live
Go
camera,
get him, Doug.
So you can take pictures, and therefore you can take pictures and translate those into things that you may want to scan or etch or cut out of different products.
So what we're talking about is a kind of a little bit of a different approach than the 3D printers I talked about a couple of years ago. So there's something called additive manufacturing, where we melt plastic, we extrude it through a tube, through a little nozzle, and it goes onto a heated bed. And then there's a variation on a couple of different variations on that, where you can do metal, and you can also do something called resin printing, which actually is contactless, and it uses lasers for that.
Active echo beacon detected.
All of those are additive manufacturing. What it does is it takes nothing, puts a little blob of something there, and then attaches another little blob of something and another little blob of something until you have a bunch of blobs that make up something big. So, kind of like you assembling, I mean, not quite to this extent, but you assembling the little molecules together. Each little, they're bigger than molecules, and you build them on up. Now, the 3D laser printer you're talking about is actually the other direction. It's subtractive manufacturing. So you can take a piece of wood, think balsa, but you can use plastic, you can use paper, you can use cardboard, and depending on the strength of these printers, you can get into some of the harder woods and some of the harder plastics, and occasionally do etching on, as you mentioned, on glass, but also on metal.
Hey, you guys found anything?
Yeah, we got a piece of ass for us to
And what
play
they're
with.
doing is they're taking away material that exists
but they sure had some bum-ass hardware. Fuck yeah! Look at this
But you
piece.
have a
It is
particular
sweet.
one that you had
Now that
come
sounds some
across that you were finding particularly interesting.
The one that I came across was by Glowforge.
Oh, yes.
Glowforge.
Yeah, yeah.
And it not only allows you to do that, they have a whole gallery of different things that you can do online. It also has it has a 3D camera. So let's say you take a picture of something, you could actually turn around that picture of something, etch it, or print it in wood, or do many other different things.
Yeah.
And because it's a high-res viewing, you can also preview what you just took off or took in the picture, and you can
All units
view
be
it
advised.
and
Heavy
then say,
weather
well,
presence
let's
at
say
the
we
row
want to
on
make
East
larger,
34th and
you can
3rd.
make larger,
Backup
smaller,
requested.
whatever you want, before you actually do the etching or engraving or whatever. And because this is high precision stuff, you can do it at home, or you can actually have one of these in schools.
Yes.
Can you?
Yes.
You know, it's one of the things I was watching on their video was they had a Gatling gun rubber band drone.
Yeah.
That they had made the Gatling gun pieces and parts with a printer. I said, okay.
Without you,
For this one girl, it had
hopefully
taken
that'll make them think twice about hitting the next JTF patrol they
put
see.
in cardboard,
Warning,
several pieces,
hostile forces
one after
approaching.
another, and cut out circles, and ended up making a whole globe.
That is pretty wild. There are, so many different things that we forget that there is this world of creativity that exists within technology.
Hostile forces
we
approaching.
have this tendency to think of, we'll utilize the computer for evil. We'll utilize the computer to gain knowledge, and it's usually delivered in a logical form. But I like the idea of us leveraging the computer for various forms of art and creative expression and going forward and making things with technology.
And one of the things that I was amazed with, that you can actually cut out of cloth, create your own appliques to put on your clothes.
You all can't get me.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Or, if you're a leather worker and you want to do
hostile forces approaching.
you can etch onto your piece of leather a design that you want to cut out, or you can put it up a little bit in notches and actually drill the holes through the lacings in the side of the piece of leather.
The Glowforge is quite a different world. It's there are I'm trying to remember. Cricut, CRICUT, which mostly does paper and some thin vinyl stickers and stuff like that, which in itself is a cool idea. However, I like the idea of the Glowforge takes it a different step altogether. So the Cricut, or Cricut, I don't know how they pronounce it, Cricut, it relies on blades.
Now, I did 2 tours in Korea, and I know real soldiers don't act like these last man battalion people. They're crowding in and beating people up, no honor at all. You tell them from me that they can't be driving decent citizens from their homes.
Now, I would not
You
put
got
any
that?
foodstuffs into one of these devices, mostly because all of the other, I'll call it remnants that you cut prior are going to get onto that food stuff. So, I don't necessarily, no matter how much I clean it, I don't necessarily want a little bit of acrylic with my dark chocolate.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's absolutely
We appreciate your
but
courage.
With the Forge Glue, they say that you can do, foods as well.
Yeah.
There's a whole heck of a lot of things that you can do. Because it's so high res and so precise, that one of the things I was amazed with, instead of, like you've showed me your 3D printer, building stuff, and here it's going to cut through or etch a piece of glass, and it's going to do it in 10 minutes.
Yes, that is one of the advantages there. Yeah, it's a lot faster. And I've seen demonstrations. I've seen a number of different items that have been as they were etching them, and it's quite a fascinating process. I have pondered myself the idea of picking up one of these units, and maybe Glowforge, maybe other competitors. There's a lot of different companies in the subtractive manufacturing space.
That's true. And if we really want to get down to the nitty-gritty, the price, they got 3 different types of models.
Yeah.
First, you got your basic model, your intermediate model, and your pro. And the cost goes with it. I mean, it goes from the basic one at about $2,500 to the pro, which runs $6,000.
Yeah, and that's that's quite a distinctive price point for these days. So yeah. This is Benjamin Rockwell. That's Steve Kesky. You're listening to Computer Talk Radio. I'll be back with more in just a moment. You have a couple of those new carbon open frame racks from CyberPower, right?
Yeah, I love them. I configured a 25U to 40 inches deep, about twice as deep as a regular rack, and put more than a dozen peripherals in it.
I saw your article about it. I can't believe it's not cluttered.
And my 45U carbon rack, that's also 40 inches deep, will hold a ton of networking and control systems, the network video recorder.
Holy screwdriver rack, man!
You're getting one of their gorgeous enclosed racks soon.
Oh yeah, the 24U. Bigger than their wall mount carbon racks, but smaller than their tall boy.
Did you see what's happening with carbon on the CyberPower website?
Oh yeah, the promo, 10% off all their racks and rack accessories through the end of September. I put a link up at ComputerTalkRadio.com. ComputerTalkRadio.com.
There you are. We got the numbers. Focus your fire.
The website, ComputerTalkRadio.com. ComputerTalkRadio.com. That's where you can reach us. We've got a number of new updates on the webpage. Check it out. All right, so I am really the last person in the world who's going to be discouraging technology limits. I encourage some level of watching over our kids. I should mention, I'm talking about how technology is influencing our youth. And more than that, it's not so much how it's influencing them, but how it's affecting them. And especially right now, we're in a whole different situation than we were a year ago. And we need to be on top of the situation in all of the different ways that it provides challenges to us. I guess that's the way I'm going to put it. I mean, yes, we're having to learn this whole new paradigm of working from home for many people across the country. Or, yes, there's masks and there's social interactions and a number of different things. Technology is no different in this strange new world we're dealing with. We can take the decision and remove all of the technology from our youth. Yeah, that's not a good idea. If we remove it, our kids are going to be surrounded by it, but they're not going to be familiar with it. This will affect them in their future with dealing in the workplace. We can let them have free reign. That's also going to hurt, as I'll get into. And I'm going to cover a number of these different things along the way. I want to look first at the concept of social networking.
I approve of the way you handle that
And when
situation.
we look at this, we note that
You get right to the point,
frequently
and I
people,
like that.
not just kids, are treating social networking time as the same as FaceTime. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of alternatives right now. That instant message, that tweet or Facebook post is reflecting some kind of non-social attitude that we used to associate with introverts or wallflowers, or the person hiding behind a mask. That person making a post on Facebook is now presuming that everyone knows all they need to know about them. It's kind of hard. And we have to be a little bit more honest about ourselves on Facebook. We've got to be very careful. It's very easy to paint a pretty picture. I know that a number of people that I see on Facebook, they're painting very, very rosy pictures of how they're dealing with the coronavirus. And I know the truth on a few of them. They're
Lighthouse, this is Dagger. Over.
I read you, Dagger. What you got?
I've got a confirmed sighting of
But we
Bliss
can also
UN
extend this to a number
compound.
of different things.
Set up in the
We
Grand
have
Assembly
cyber
building
activism.
behind
It's
heavy
actually called
fortification and a
activism in some circles.
So,
this
this
is
is
where
the big
people are
one.
lazy and they think that just
LMB's last
clicking a
foothold on
mouse
the island is
suitable
the
to
last place you'd expect
real-world
those sons of
time
bitches
spent
to hole up. The
reaching out
United
and helping
Nations.
others or
And
talking
since
to
nobody's
people
going to pass...
or contacting a politician. Indeed, it's actually become far too easy for us to communicate with people
resolutions to get them out, it's up to us.
We've got ears on their comms and eyes on the compound, and it's clear this is where Colonel Bliss wants to make his last stand. It's also likely they're still holding Chernenko there, the Russian scientist they extracted from the consulate.
We take out Bliss, we chop the head off this snake. We take out that site, and they got nowhere to run.
Captain Benitez's troops will mount an assault on a key LMB position. That should distract them enough for you to breach their perimeter and shut down their auto turrets from the inside. Once that's done, we can launch the main assault, trap Bliss like a rat. But it all hinges on you.
What are you waiting for? I don't got it, you don't need it. You won't regret it. What are you waiting for? Anything here you want? Bet you can't wait to try that out. Yeah, you want this.
Here's something a friend of mine who did 3 tours in Iraq. Is another way of saying you never get rid of the leaders on the other side.
What? You scared? Fire at will! There! Don't let up now! What are y'all scared of over there? They got Dylan!
¿No te importa lo que me pase?
Please, I need food.
Any
unauthorized personnel found in this neighborhood will be considered enemy combatants and will be dealt with accordingly. This has been a public safety announcement from the last man to town.
This is crazy.
No agent has joined your team.
If we're gonna reclaim the UN from those LMB types, step one is getting you past those guns and inside the wall. My people will draw the sentries' attention, mainly by shooting at them. That should buy you enough time to use breaching charges and cut your way inside.
Here's the charges. They're wired, ready, and have enough weight to punch through a foot of concrete. Care of things. See you on the inside. Can't keep doing this.
Everything's prepped and ready. We just need you to punch the clock.
Clear the south gate and we'll begin the assault.
I'm gonna search the area. I'm gonna see what that is. I'm gonna take a look.
Better check that out.
Got nowhere to run.
Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position.
Got a window! Let them have it!
Not exactly a fair fight, is it? Wanna call it a day? Not exactly a fair fight, is it? Wanna call it a day? Not exactly a fair fight, is it? need you. Remember that out there. I've got faith in that.
If we hit the UN, then we're through.
There's access to the tunnels beneath the UN close by. Once in the tunnels, you'll find the breach site 200 yards north. Leave the JTF squad and go.
Target location reached. Deploy explosives. Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position. Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position. Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position. Hostiles inbound on your position.
Should have fucking run.
We're getting chewed up pretty bad out here.
This is taking too long.
We need those turrets turned around and the main gate open, now!
Plenty of targets, people!
You can take him. You can take him.
JTF, fuck! Can't hide forever!
Don't worry about the courtyard. The JTF can hold it. Take point at the General Assembly.
Bliss is your target. Take him down fast.
Let him have it!
Bliss is your primary objective, but we believe Keener and the Russian are still in the building as well. I've tasked JTF squads to search for them, but if you see them, don't hesitate.
I'll see what's up.
The LMB, they're over. I'm getting our immunologist out of here. Engage the division personnel on site and muddy up their tactical read. We'll rendezvous later.
Sir. Sir?
You'd better hear this. Bliss just broke radio silence. We're trying to track him. Patching you through.
Flying son of a bitch Aaron Keener put a knife in our backs. Anyone not on the wall needs to be hunting that traitor and his Russian playmate down. They are not to leave the compound alive. Am I understood?
There is no wall, sir. JTF forces are in the building. Your helo is prepped and you need to evacuate now.
Mother. Right. I'm coming up. The General Assembly Chamber. Go.
Hostiles inbound on your position.
Focus fire! Look, drop them all! Hands up! Don't want to... I see a man down! You got
Sir, we've got eyes on a helo over the main building.
That's gotta be Bliss. Fuck! We missed. Agent, we whipped on Bliss, but his command staff might still be in the General Assembly. Head that way and engage.
Targets!
Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position.
Okay, now, we still have LMB in the building. I need you to...
Sorry to cut in, Captain. Agent, this room contains any intel the LMB has on Manhattan. Find a terminal and download everything. We don't know what we don't know.
Lady's got a point. Better do that.
Warning. Incoming hostiles. Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position.
Maintain fire! Deploying a seeker mine. You can't hide from this! Target is open.
There's a lot of interesting data here. Looks like the LMB had eyes on everyone. There's something weird here. I'll get Rhodes on analysis right away.
The remaining LMB troops are breaking. It's all over but the shouting, so link up with our people in the courtyard. We'll see where we go from there.
We're still going room to room, but the last LMB effectives are giving up. We've secured UN HQ. It's a damn shame about Bliss. Last eyes we had on his bird, he was going half-assed and full blast heading due south. Probably gonna go to ground. Sir! Well, I'll be goddamned. We got a hostile bird over the courtyard. Get to cover now!
Soldiers of the Last Man Battalion, this is your commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Bliss. And I tell you, we will not fall this day. We are soldiers. We have survived the virus and brought order to the streets. And we are not going to go down to a bunch of ragtag volunteers who think they know how to fight. Regroup and assault the enemy position. We're taking this place back, and we will fight to the last man.
Knock that arrogant fuck out of the sky. That helo took out the master turret control, but if you can get to each turret, you should be able to realign them manually. Put some heat on this bastard. Agent, I've got reinforcements incoming. Keep them under pressure and stay sharp. Careful, Agent. We still don't know what this thing's capable of. Got those reinforcements. Stay on him, Agent.
Warning. Hostiles inbound on your position.
You got him! Put that asshole in the ground!
Warning. An agent on your team requires aid.
It would be pretty damn helpful if you get those turrets and put them over to our side.
From the commander of the Secure Quarantine Center over in the Tenderloin. It's where the JTF screens civilians for access to Camp Hudson and to work with the relief effort. We got 80 people housed there. You need some help when you get a chance.
How about that, Agent? You just killed the CEO of the last organized threat to Manhattan. Wasn't easy, and we lost a lot of good people, but you broke the LMB's back. Nobody's gonna be sweeping neighborhoods telling people join or die at gunpoint. Not without Bliss running the show. Still gonna be squads of them out there, but without the big man, we can handle them every day and twice on Sunday.
Weapons are on it, sir! Fire on target! Come on, you got this.
So, here we are, Agent. We've made a pretty good team, I think. Done a lot for this city. A lot more than people thought we could. You and I both know this isn't exactly a happy ending. Our favorite homicidal traitor, Aaron Keener, is still out there, and he's still got Chernenko with him. Read Keener's file sometime. It's, quite interesting. And we don't know where Amherst is either, or what else he might have up his sleeve, but there's hope. Dr. Candle's got the DCD on the road to a vaccine. You broke the LMB's back and the cleaners, and the Rikers too. We took the city back like we promised we would. We're not done yet. As long as the Dark Zone's out there, we've got our work cut out for us, but we're on our way to finally saving the city. And with it, maybe something more. Not bad for the second wave, don't you think?
Confirmed. Unidentified Shade Tech beacon located.
So, here we are, Agent. We've made a pretty good team, I think. Done a lot for this city. A lot more than people thought we could. You and I both know this isn't exactly a happy ending. Our favorite homicidal traitor, Aaron Keener, is still out there, and he's still got Chernenko with him. Read Keener's file sometime. It's, quite interesting. And we don't know where Amherst is either, or what else he might have up his sleeve, but there's hope. Dr. Candle's got the DCD on the road to a vaccine. You broke the LMB's back and the cleaners, and the Rikers too. We took the city back, as we promised we would. We're not done yet. As long as the Dark Zone's out there, we've got our work cut out for us, but we're on our way to finally saving the city. And with it, maybe something more. Not bad for the second wave, don't you think?
Confirmed. Unidentified Shade Tech beacon located.
Shit, are you messing with me? I've never seen this.
Lane goes out of cover.
Ultimamente non si vede tanta gentilezza in giro. Giornataccia?
They're gonna have to kill me before I go back in that fucking hole. You hear that, assholes? This is our turn now!
Dude, get down!
You want it?
They're
Snipers are shit! Hey, dumbass! Keep off the wall!
I'll tell you one thing that'll get me to move, and that's starving. You gotta go where the food is, you know? I guess that's why the LMB's going after that supply drop. Maybe they don't eat so good either. But that don't mean they can take ours. Especially not if you do something about it.
Warning. Incoming hostiles.
Maintain pressure.
Warning. Incoming hostiles. Warning. Supplies taking fire. Warning. Incoming hostiles.
Take them all out! See, I'm scared of over there! Oh, shit! Keep pushing. Take that.
Warning. Incoming hostiles. Warning. Incoming hostiles.
looky here. I gotta hand it to you. You did it. Cops who used to live around here, they ought to be ashamed of you doing their job for them.
Calling all Murray Hill units. We're expecting a mercy drop on the courts at East 36th and 2nd. Could use a few extra hands with this one. LMB spotted near the drop zone.
Nada spiazza.
We all got unfinished business. We'll have to store.
Now entering a safe area.
Hey! Check this out!
Alert, an agent has left your team.
Looking to buy?
Everything you need, I got. I let myself daydream once in a while because, really, what's the harm? When's the last to hear your old friend wouldn't you know it? And I've been doing some thinking. And brace yourselves, because today's message is going to be a little different. Sooner or later, the virus is going to burn itself out. And we'll have to start picking up the pieces. Could be tomorrow.
My customers always leave happy.
Who knows? I sure as hell don't.